is up?
What is up?
Tweeting
Yo.
On a very special episode of Death Curse, we discuss peace in the Middle East. Tyler?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah. Who do you want to free, Tyler? Tell us all now.
That whole time we were trying to think of awkward shit to talk about, and Jeff was sitting on a goddamn grenade.
Hate you all.
Yeah, right.
Jeff walks in with this loaded vest of a question.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Wearing bags and bags of ball bearings.
So this has been fun, but I think I'm done.
Jeff just climbs out of a tunnel.
Really, Allah Akbar all over the night.
Is really Tyler. Where you want to go with this?
Oh my God.
Well, we're in it now, I guess.
Yeah, I was like, is this the podcast? Holy shit. 2 minutes in, I can't breathe.
I'm canceled?
Right. Someone's in the comments here. Jackson Zelda, what is up? Good evening. Yeah, this is... I almost shouldn't even put like a part 7. Maybe we'll edit this and call it... extra time.
6.5.
Oh, I already hit save. That was perfect. I'm too impatient. Yes, the 6.5 episode where I have too much shit going on.
The average penis length episode.
The quality content everyone comes here for. Every week, maybe they'll talk about boobs. Heck no.
Yeah.
I love when Spencer genuinely laughs at joke. I'm like, yes.
Derailed.
Spencer's just like, yeah, think about average on a guy my height, guy.
Yeah. So I was like, around. We got a
5.5. Not proportional at all.
6. It's 6.5. It just looks small because I'm huge.
6.5 square.
Speaking of puds, I learned about.
God damn it! I'm trying to drink.
Harvey Weinstein's pud. If you want to get into that, drop some knowledge.
I think you can get into it the way it's distorted.
Oh, how it's all like a melted green crayon. Yeah, I think you can only get into it. It's
another episode of Learning with Jeff.
Let's do it.
Yeah,
Learning with Jeff.
We need that as like a... Oh, God, dude. Once I'm into the new house and all set up with the podcasting area, I got to get the soundboard finally so I can hit that. Like, Real Sex with Jeff.
Oh, that's right. That's the title. Real Sex.
Yeah.
I wish I could
you were all like, I learned from HBO Real Sex. Yeah, you and your wife are saving it for marriage.
We're saving it for our 30th anniversary.
Yeah, guys, it's called double marriage for real Christians.
You can't just do it right away when you get married. What are you, a slut?
You gotta get married for 30 years, and then you can do it.
Just give it up.
Call it doing her. Then after 30 years, you can plow the field. Whoa, man, that's my wife. GJ, what's up? Oh, God. Welcome, everyone, one and all. It took forever getting set up tonight. We were actually backstage for like a half hour laughing like idiots, but
cool.
Yeah, Beth got me one of them fancy like water bottles that stays cold for like 24 hours. Since I'm in Operation Sober, Spencer, I've been drinking tons of water and just losing weight by not being drunk all the time, which is like shameful.
But Spencer thought it was a water bottle that turns your pee into water, so he's been reusing it.
How bad is it that I'm down like 20 pounds after 4 weeks of not drinking?
Like good thing.
I just think of you as like a MODOK with a beard and little skinny legs coming out now. Like,
I've always had bird legs and arms. Like for how big I am, I'm built like a rodeo barrel with clown limbs coming out of it. Like
birds don't have arms.
I'm a rodeo clown in the barrel. My head poking out of my neck looks like an uncircumcised penis. Yeah, like that guy. What was that 90 Day Fiance with that turtle guy? That's how I look under the beard. My beard is like 3 inches on top and like half an inch on the bottom. It's just an optical illusion to make it look like my neck doesn't go right into my chin. That'd be amazing.
You shave and it's just him.
I'm just built like a Ninja Turtle.
Oh, which one?
Raph, obviously. The biggest one. The coolest one. I'm
Jenica?
Like, yeah, I'm built like 55-year-old Casey Jones.
That's so funny you said Jenica. I'm inking a cover over David Barron as we speak. Something he's doing a private cover, whatever. And he got me to ink a Ninja Turtle cover last year or whatever. And he was like, dude, we got a Ninja Turtle cover. I was like, oh, sweet. It's that. And then he sends it to me and it's the Jenica one. I'm like, oh, damn. Does it have to be?
Oh, man, yeah.
Turtle lady.
How funny is it that I didn't even know that was the lady turtle's name? Until I knew there was a lady turtle. Like,
I
only
knew
knew
that
it because I just saw Thinking Critical's video about it.
I think they were like really pushing that hardcore at that last Granite Con I saw you at, Tyler.
No, I only know because I think my brother-in-law told me the last time I saw him. I asked.
Yeah,
So
no, I know.
Lady Turtle?
I think that was like the big event that was going on at it was like the 35-year anniversary, and I remember like
that was what was going on.
Yeah, that's why all the Turtles guys were there.
Oh, I thought they were just
Like,
there to
finally a
Tell us
girl
about the
turtle.
new thing.
They forgot
Yeah,
about
like-
Venus.
Well,
Ninja
they had like
Turtles, that's interesting.
The front corner of the convention.
What do they think of next?
Yeah,
They should make a movie.
Yeah. Oh my god, that'd be like really cool, man. I bet that would do great as a cartoon.
He's like giving them pointers, like Eastman and Laird, like, I think you guys got something on your hands here.
Yeah, and they both look old as hell. I don't even know.
They
if
made all their bandanas red.
I'm not sure if Laird was actually there because I didn't
No, he
care
wasn't.
enough. I know
to invite him.
I know Eastman was there because, like, when we were out drinking with Bisley, Eastman like walked by with like, I don't know if someone gave him a plant or something. It was really weird, and it wasn't like a weed plant or something where you'd be like, "Whoa, rad!" Like it was
It's like
like
a ficus.
yeah, like just like a random like office.
Yeah, was it a
plant.
hanging plant or in a pot? Like,
No, it was like in a little pot, and I was just like, God damn, like that. What a pain
Spencer,
in the
what
ass.
did the plant look like? What kind of plant was it? We need to figure this
I
out.
was already way drunk at that point. That was like 10 o'clock at night.
are you
What
sure
is
he
this
wasn't just
all
trying
about?
to hide from you?
Yeah,
behind
right?
it?
He's just walking with one of the lobby
Was it a
plants,
disguise
like,
plant?
Yeah.
He's
He thinks he's
from
hiding
me
behind
and
it. He's just
Bisley.
carrying
Is
it.
this like a
everywhere.
cartoon plant? Seems like it worked, no matter
It
what.
feels like everything that is great about entertainment has people actively trying to ruin it. That's why we just make our own shit.
Who says that?
Jackson Zelda. It's the carve your own path mantra. Padrino. The rough translation to that entire phrase Jackson just said is caca.
Oh.
They
Can't we just go down a road that's like less used? You know,
Yeah,
that like, hey, it's already there. Oh, okay, cool. All right.
like
I don't have to do all the carving.
I don't know,
Where we're
guys. This
going.
looks like it's going to the same spot we want to go, and it's already dug out a ways.
We don't need roads.
We get to the end of our careers, and it's like, wait, so the path was just to make comics the whole time? You dick! I thought this went somewhere.
Nope.
Yeah, it went to Guam. We're gonna find where it's cheapest to live. We're gonna end up in some like demilitarized zone in Russia.
Perfect.
Yeah, living off of war rations. Like I said today, the logical next step for the Death Curse dudes is for everybody to turn into swole predator beefcakes. I told Beth that last night, and she was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" I was like, "Sexual Tyrannosauruses, woman." Everybody,
how are we supposed to be gay and straight icons?
Yeah, I was like, gay straight icons of podcasting. We're like the Gay Straight Alliance, but for podcasting.
It's a thing.
That's my movie.
Or it will be.
Yeah. I live in Texas, Bolivia. Yeah, we're going to literally buy land in Bolivia, name it Texas, Bolivia, and El Padrino is going to be the only guy living there.
I believe it's
We'll make
Texas,
him mayor of
Bolivia.
the town. Oh, yeah, it sounds all sexy down there.
Yeah, but
they
then
all
we'll end up
dress
in
the
some
same
documentary.
as Texans.
Yeah, you forced that on the natives there.
I like there was like a Vice doc years
Oh, yeah,
ago.
cowboy.
Tat.
Where they were down south, like interviewing, like I think it was like the Mexican vigilante one, but there's one guy talking about Texas, and he was calling it like Texas, and it like forever made me laugh. And he had like never gone over the border to it. He just did tons of work around it, dealing with the criminals that like smuggle people and drugs up there. And I think it was the one where they're like straight up like a vigilante group, just like shooting cartels. There's like angry farmers.
There's a whole town where everybody, I don't know, can't remember.
I think that's what this Vice one was about.
Yeah, took it back.
Yeah, the whole
And they just
fucking town
armed
of farmers
every,
like everyone's over like 45 years old. Yep.
And everyone has a gun.
Yeah.
Or
it's
Wait, are you guys talking about
amazing.
Three Amigos?
No, it's straight up.
You saw that documentary too?
Yeah.
I mean, they aren't, but they are.
Yeah, I mean El Guapo and
I can show you how to make some money planting cocoa leaves. All right, let's keep that off the YouTube. Just hit me up on Twitter. Allegedly.
Yeah, next week Beth's like, I thought we were painting the house this week. Why are you spending so much time in the garden? You're like, just leave me alone, Beth.
Shut up, woman. What are you chewing on? Grass. I'm getting ready.
this is my calling.
This isn't about you.
GJ just in chat. Rex, go to sleep. Is Rex in here? Razmaz, what's up? I don't know if I don't know if I said hello to you before. I have a tumor, man.
You can say it again.
Yeah. Rex, go to sleep. There it is. Evidently, it popped up for GJ. GJ's like omnipotent, omnipotent. Is that it? I don't fucking know anymore, man. Jesus.
It's not a word, but I think it is
now. People who say omnipotent, it always sounds like you're about
Who
to
says
jizz real
omnipotent?
I've never heard that.
I think that's a thing that people say.
Pretty sure
I
I've
want
heard
that
it
to be my
before.
new nickname, like Ryan
Yeah.
Omnipotent Winn.
I think that you've probably heard it before. I just don't think anybody's
Yeah.
ever said it.
Omnipotent sounds like you jizz real hard.
Yes, exactly.
There it
Like I'm
is.
the friend
I
everybody.
can-
And we're already there. We're already
Yeah.
there. It took how long?
I'm the friend who everyone asks to be their surrogate. Because I'm
Sir, get out of
omni-
here. Sir, get out of here, too.
Yeah. Sure, I'll be a surrogate. I'm omnipotent.
This isn't the Applebee's, sir. Stop it.
I'm omnipotent. I bust nuts of destruction.
Who wants frosting?
It's so good. So get the fuck out.
All right, I'm going to Cinnabon where I belong.
That's a whole bunch of depressing thoughts just right in a row. Just
Yeah,
locked
no,
and loaded
Cinnabon
there.
uses horse icing.
Locked and loaded.
Yes, I did mean for that
Diving.
to be a joke. Thanks for catching that, Jeff.
Oh my god, we get the soundboard. I'm gonna have the real sex with Jeff. I need to hire like a
Can I
sweet,
have
like,
the real sex?
like a hot
Oh, you can-
93.
come on down.
Surprise.
Yeah.
Come on down, Tyler.
Dude.
Door's always open.
Yeah,
Get
his
in
DMs
line.
are open, man. That's the next goal.
That
on the
Indiegogo's
Patreon.
later this year.
Yeah, one lucky fan will win real sex with Jeff.
I'll make your koi red.
Oh!
All right, I'm gonna abandon that property now. It's done. Anybody that's a Red Koi fan, sorry, it's over.
Check out the new property from
Immediately
Alterna,
over.
Sword Lady. Have them fuck this one up.
Friar fish.
Oh my god, yeah. Oh man.
Is it 11
this
o'clock
isn't
yet?
even the podcast. Yeah, we're 15 minutes in, Tyler. We got you for 3 hours.
It'd be great.
You about to get worked, boy.
I shot Shelby the link tonight too. I don't know
Hope
if
you
he's gonna
stretched.
pop in, but he is more than welcome to if he wants to, and he could come in on this. He could be in chat just like, oh, I'm not joining this at all.
Everything I hear sounds
Hilarious.
dirty now. So.
Yeah. It was really funny seeing the clip of fucking that Stay at Home with Stallone from Kurt Metzger that Jeff fucking shared with me earlier.
Yeah,
the Kyle Dunnigan stuff.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was Kurt or not doing that voice, but I was like, holy shit, like Jeff blows that dude out of the water with the Stallone.
So you're saying we should do our own at home with Stallone?
Our own are gonna be fucking ridiculous. Yeah, I was about to be like, yo, Kurt, my boy Jeff, like, will replace whoever the fuck that goofy bastard is, like, right now.
Spencer
like,
having no idea who he's talking about too.
Yeah,
it's pretty funny to me right now.
I don't give a
this
shit.
fucking goon.
Yeah, I don't give a shit if that's your dad. Like, fire that clown. You don't know me, but I got the eyes and the ears, my guy. One of them's deaf, but I can hear gold when I hear
we
it.
still gotta do this video.
Neither of them
I
know
have
who
planned.
Kyle Dunnigan is.
Yeah, that guy can suck it. Nah, it's probably cool, but what the fuck do I care?
It would be great though if Spencer like praised every other character he does. Like, there's this guy who does a really great Joe Biden, and then he also does a really great Bill Maher, but this dude who just Stallone sucks.
Tries to cancel him for it.
Did he do the Schwarzenegger one too?
I don't know if he did Schwarzenegger or not. I don't know who
Oh,
that
he's
was.
another one of the Schumer dudes? That makes sense.
Oh man, I wouldn't put. I guess he is, but he's so much more than that.
Really cool. Oh, and he was Craig on Reno 911. I should know him from that.
Oh, I
Yeah.
forgot about that.
Yeah,
That was a great show.
I'm like familiar with Kurt Metzger, but I've never been like a huge like follow him everywhere thing or any of those dudes for that much. And for it to be like you Google the guy and the thing he's most known for is Inside Amy Schumer is like just reading that out loud feels gross, and I wouldn't want my name.
He's worked on like
I'm most
everything.
known for being Inside Amy Schumer.
Clip it.
She ate me.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Not even that,
gross.
she was like Jabba and just swallowed me whole.
Yeah, more like a Sarlacc pit. Just suck me right down. Made me a little Boba Fett. Oh, I can't wait to find out about how Boba Fett was shot out of that thing's asshole in a sandpit. He shit it out in space China. Have they touched on that yet? Star
Space
Wars?
China.
Yeah. You know, you get swallowed by the Sarlacc pit. What if it's just like a worm that runs to the other side of that planet and craps you out there? You're just like, oh, Chinatown. Cool.
He's like, I made it, but I wish I didn't.
Yeah. You saw,
But they had the Star Wars up, so it's like
butthole.
Ainich Town or something.
You think the butthole probably looks like the same thing on the other side, too. You're just colliding with Chinese guys falling to America on the other side. Yeah, this is my child brain at work.
So I feel like you're trying to
see,
make it
Tyler,
like,
this is where all the gold comes from.
I haven't followed most of everything that you've said, and I'm not.
Oh, I don't either.
You're coming up with Tatooine hollow Tatooine theory.
Yeah. It's a
there's
Sarlacc
Winn.
shoot.
Wait,
Oh,
Spencer
man.
tattooed his ween?
Someone get me on the phone with Lucas Ranch. Did they
I
get
don't
the
wanna know
ranch
if
from
he
him
did
too?
that.
I never even thought about that. Because, yeah, the films are all still made on Lucas Ranch.
Sounds
Or
delicious.
Skywalker Ranch, Lucas Ranch. Yeah, Lucas Ranch just sounds like a ranch brand. Skywalker
Lucas
Ranch.
made fresh.
Yeah,
every day.
Disney got that in the deal, right? That's not like Lucas's property anymore. Why did I never?
They took his home.
Yeah,
Does he live there?
I'm having like a sad epiphany. No,
That's
it's
how he
not.
broke up with
The
his wife.
Skywalker Ranch was like the. I thought Skywalker Ranch
She
was
was
like
sold
the
in the process,
ILM
too.
place.
Yeah. He's like, bye. I'm going to get cigarettes.
have her.
She's like, you don't smoke.
I thought Skywalker Ranch was the ILM property.
I'm done with her. You can have her.
No, I thought that was his house.
Now I gotta look this shit up. That'd be funny. Disney was like, "No, we get the house too, motherfucker. It's got the name on it."
I can't even imagine Luke Skywalker, George Lucas on a ranch.
No, it's the
I
movie
feel like
ranch.
He's the kind of guy who'll be afraid of horses.
Yes, seems about right.
They're like really big and scary. They have hooves. I don't like it.
Oops.
Now CGI horses. That's
Yeah, it
not
was
scary.
the movie. It was the movie
he
ranch.
CGIs his horses in his ranch.
It was the movie ranch and workplace of
giant
George
flat
Lucas.
screens
It's
out
not. It's not
All
where
his
he
windows
lived.
are green screens.
It's not where he lived.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
Damn it.
it's the movie ranch and workplace, and it was the main offices of Lucasfilms for years. It's not open to the public.
That's where he keeps all the Ewok actors.
No, because that's where like all the screenings and everything for the movies still happen. Like Filoni will tweet that he's at the Skywalker Ranch, like looking at like new
Kids.
masters of shit as they come out. Yeah, looking at the kids in the glass that they use to keep Walt Disney alive.
just keep screaming.
Yeah, Skywalker Ranch is ILM. Yeah, because ILM was on it when it was just like a tiny little office, and now I think it's like a whole floor of the ranch. The place it is like a house. Like it just looks like a fucking giant house. Yeah, Ewok Lake. It's fucking ridiculous, man.
Excuse me. I should have muted myself.
I thought you were making like a weird Ewok noise. I didn't even know you were sneezing.
No, I could have been. I'm fun. I do fun
Yeah,
things
right?
too. You
It's
know?
like, oh, he's fucking riffing with us, boys.
You're doing it.
Star
You're
Wars
doing it,
reference.
Peter. You're doing it.
Kick the training wheels off, you badass. Yeah, this is Skywalker Ranch. It just looks like a little like ranch style mansion. The lake is like right behind where the cameraman is right now. Ewok Lake, but yeah, I wasn't sure for years if he lived there too before.
Yeah, they had to drain the lake because too many Ewoks were drowning.
Yeah, that'd be the funniest twist of Star Wars is Ewoks have been real all along. There's some indigenous species he found like in the Amazon.
Oh yeah, he just Willy Wonkaed it.
Yeah, and he drowns them in his Ewok Lake.
You're gonna be.
Oh,
in my
but then one
movies
of them
forever.
finds a hockey mask and comes back to life.
It makes the crops grow forever. Jawson.
I do like the idea of just like Wicket just killing all the sexy Ewoks around the camp.
Yeah, reverse eugenics. They beat to death all the beautiful, smart ones. That's why the Ewoks are so dumb and ugly. That'd be a great plot line. Marvel, hit us up. Let us write some Star
What are you
Wars.
waiting
comics.
for?
Yeah. Let me
This
just
thing's-
write a really, really meta Star Wars comic about a guy breaking into Skywalker Ranch and not to steal a copy of the movie or anything.
And not to have sex with Ewoks.
How about me having like the weird realization last night that Kathleen Kennedy is the same Kathleen Kennedy that I think was like credited as like Kathy Kennedy in a bunch of movies too. But has literally worked on like every big childhood movie that we all grew up on. Well,
Yeah.
except for maybe Ryan. He was probably like 15
Ryan's like,
for
wait,
some of them.
she produced Gone with the Wind?
Yeah. She worked with Buster Keaton.
Yeah.
She produced Birth of a Nation?
I couldn't think of
my
Birth of
God.
a Nation. I was
Ryan,
like, damn it.
dude, stop hanging out with us.
There were fewer women in Birth of a Nation before she got a hold of it.
Yeah, right.
This movie isn't inclusive enough.
Now listen here, women got hate in their heart too. Let me tell you.
Who do you think cleans all the sheets?
Oh my god. Yeah, right. No man
What?
in the
I just mean
no
at the
man
house.
in the 40s was sewing. That's for
Chores
damn
and
sure. That's the funniest thing
What
about
we're saying is the bitch is old.
Somehow I got back to Vice documentaries again, but that's the funniest thing about the fucking KKK documentaries and stuff that they've done is behind every chapter of crazy fucking KKK dudes, there's some little old adorable lady that's sewing all of these outfits for everyone, and is just pumped to have a reason to sew. And there is
what?
She's like excited to have a reason to sew. That's the only reason she's in on it.
She can feel it down in her loins.
Yeah, she's like 80 years old and feels useful again. And there's legit a Vice documentary about it that I think is from like last year. That one's not too old. And they straight up interview a lady at one point that says exactly that. It's like behind every domestic terror cell is some adorable little old lady.
Yeah, baking
Somebody's
apple
grandma.
pies and hate rags.
Yeah, apple pie and wizard suits for idiots.
She just thinks her grandson is like a nerd and like LARPing.
Yeah,
He's a wizard or something. I
that
don't
would be
understand these kids these days.
that would
Something
be
grand.
The funniest bit, like that sounds like something straight out of like King of the Hill. There's just like an adorable old lady in town making wizard suits for a bunch of nice gentlemen. Yeah, I think they like playing that old Dungeons and Dragons or something.
Fireball.
Yeah, she sends Bobby their way. Like, you might want to hang out with them.
Can you deliver these suits for me? Oh my God, Mike Judge hit us up. It's coming back, right?
Everybody hit us up. We're doing everything.
We're doing all your jobs for you. Come on.
Yeah, dude, we just bought a fucking house. I'm about to be a slutty writing mercenary. I'm about to whore it up for work.
Oh, he's gonna write so hard.
Oh, I'm gonna write so hard. Y'all want some prose? Y'all want some poetry? Maybe a screenplay? You want me to just write your vows for you?
So
Man, I don't give
writing
a shit.
essay papers for students.
Yeah.
You got a term
I'll
paper
write
coming
your
up?
vows for you, and I just I Fiverr it out to some prisoner. I'm like, I need a picture of your wife, and I just send a picture of the soon-to-be wife to some convict, and I'm like, I need you to write real good wedding vows. That'll be a slam dunk.
Why do these vows have so much talk about buttholes?
Yeah. Why was
Because a butthole's like a ring, man.
I mentioned
There's a
how
family
badly,
shiv?
Yeah, I mentioned how badly I want to boff my wife in my vows about 6 times if I counted correctly.
Now look, it is true. I do want to boff her, but it is not appropriate time.
Yeah, I can't be saying that in front of Gam Gam.
She's stealing my sheet from me right now.
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude.
Poor Gam Gam. All
Yeah,
this weight we've put on her tonight.
I had a buddy who had a Gam Gam, and every time she'd bring us anywhere, she would yell at us and tell us, no babies. She'd drop us off at the mall and tell us, kiss as many girls as you want, but no babies.
No, she meant don't kiss babies, you weirdo.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I
Sickos.
was getting that wrong for...
Because Spencer was going around just
Ages.
kissing everybody's babies
Yeah.
like a weirdo.
Yeah. Shit, man. Whoops. Yeah.
I thought I wasn't supposed to leave babies out.
Thank you, DJ. It's exciting stuff. I'm probably going to do some live streams next week, and you can see my fat self paint some walls, maybe, or just like when
Strip painting.
when I take smoke breaks. Oh my God, I can just get fucking absolutely obliterated at my own house. I can plug in my electric guitar and fucking play guitar in my underwear.
Couldn't you do that now in your apartment?
Yeah, but I can't play it really loud.
Beth doesn't have enough space to get that far away from him in the apartment right
Yeah.
now. So she needs at least an extra 2,000 square feet or something. To,
Oh my
give them
God,
distance.
dude. I'm going to get a nice laser etched wood sign. Right before you enter the fucking studio in the basement. Skin Flute Ranch. That'll get pried off the house. That's
Someday some
amazing.
kids will be doing a podcast. Will be like, "Did he actually live at Skin Flute Ranch, or was that just where they produced Death Curse stuff?"
I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure he lived there at first, but eventually it got so big, like it just became Skin Flute. Like,
Yeah.
Some say
And
you
then
can still hear him deep sea dive.
There you go. Wow, it's like he has a soundboard for it.
Yeah, it just came in. It's one button. Or two. It's programmed to have me cough and laugh as well.
It's fire.
It's the deep sea button. That's all it does. You can get it at vape shops.
Yeah. Diving used to be so cool.
Coupon code Death Curse.
That'll happen, man. I think a fucking cookbook is gonna happen with all this recipe shit I've been working on. Even if I just print it on like newsprint, just to like have the unofficial fucking indie cookbook.
You go door to door trying to sell it. Like,
Yeah.
a newsprint cookbook? You're like, yeah, it's really good. Try it out.
Based on a bunch of comments
Let me in, I'll show you.
you've probably never heard of if you're not on social media. It's kind of a new thing, and you're kind of not. Like, you're kind of incredibly old. Yeah, Skin Flute Ranch. That sounds like right up there with Industrial Light and Magic and Skywalker Ranch. It sounds like a place where dreams come true. Careers are made. I don't know why I still have Skywalker Ranch up. Also, Skin Flute Ranch, if this first iteration is nowhere as big as Skywalker Ranch, guys. But yeah, goddamn. Now I gotta like wait, Ryan, you're my sign guy. I was like,
Oh,
now
yeah,
I gotta
we
reach
got
out to a sign guy.
But our thing will be that we only do CGI of putting dicks into movies.
yeah, the dick cut where it's just like swollen bulges into movies.
Just make it a plug-in. It's just a crotch plug-in that's like extra
That's-
swollen in places.
It's just
Yeah,
Corridor
that-
Crew doing an episode about us. Like, look at the jiggle and the physics of it. It's amazing.
The nut physics are insane. Look at how real that denim looks.
There's 8,000 individual hairs in that nut bag.
These guys know dong. They must talk about it all the time.
The veins are just blowing my mind right now.
This must have taken days to render.
You know what?
It makes me
All in-
want to go
all in
look at my
Blender.
own. All in Blender.
These probably look better. And it was all done in Blender. Yeah, this is a sponsored video.
Open source.
Yeah, right.
Squarespace.
They're amazing. That's one of the things I'm most excited once I'm all caught up on everything. Fuck around more in Blender. I got
Go
that.
around and find out.
Yeah, that. Oh, dude, we're gonna find out, and we're gonna be doing the wackiest shit. I was like, maybe I'll get a second PC and link it to the first one, so I can render shit in like half the time, and just make eventually like a server stack fucking super PC that'll burn my house down.
By second PC, do you mean penis cock?
Yes, you dock
Damn it,
them.
Jeff. We try to keep it light on Death Curse. You know, you don't just
Well,
come out and
A good
say
penis
stuff.
cock shouldn't be light. It should be kind of heavy. Or girthy, as we like to say
We,
in the
we,
industry.
we keep it penis girth 13.
There's definitely mass here.
We're releasing the official Death Curse cuck book. It's just instructions on fucking someone's wife.
No, I like that it's you're actually cooking while that's going on. So it's like, honey, what do you guys want?
Yeah.
You guys getting hungry?
The cuck book. Recipes for disaster.
It's all about telling the cuck to make you carbs for energy.
Well,
No pasta.
Yeah. Balance for the night you're about to have.
Bring me a
Remember to
sandwich and a
always
jug
avoid
of
dairy.
water.
Yeah. It's the cuck book. It's called Bull's Feast. He hasn't even moved into the house and already talking about burning it down. Yeah, I'm a real American man.
Who was that? Rex Doom?
Yeah, dude. That's like a frame this.
I could tell. I'm not even looking at the comments. I could just tell.
I can make the illustrations. I'm most excited because we won't be able to do it immediately with everything else we got going on. And I need to put a bunch of money into the Death Curse stuff, so we won't be finishing the basement studio theater stuff immediately. But I'm excited for when we do get into that. It'll finally be real when I can paint the Death Curse logo on the wall, all big as fuck, or mount a sign like we had talked about. Because either or.
It's not real till you carve it in stone.
Yeah, carve it in my face.
That's the shit that lasts. Painting on your wall?
Yeah.
Nah, man. You get a
Paint
leak from
is
the toilet
bullshit.
up above, gone. But you
Yeah.
carve that shit in stone, haul that down to the basement.
Hell yeah. Oh, now all of a sudden I'm getting blown up on Twitter.
Ew, not in front of us.
Yeah, I'm getting blown on Twitter. I'm live over there too. YouTube gets me from the waist up. Twitter gets me from the waist down. Tyler has just gone completely silent.
I don't really have anything to add. So you guys doing great. You're doing great on your own.
I'm sorry, I forgot this is a guest episode and it's supposed to be was supposed to be the draw episode.
Thank you
Tyler's
for
questioning
spotting
his
me.
life choices.
It's fine.
Tomorrow he's like, I've even left Alterna. I gotta get away from these guys.
It's over. It's over.
I'm moving to a remote location. I'm trying to think what else we got going on this week.
I know, I want to save all of the Army of the Dead talk for Sunday night.
Have you watched it yet, Ryan?
Yeah, I watched it.
Oh, damn. I gotta watch it then.
Jeff,
kidding?
it's fucking 2.5 hours long.
It's been out for 2.5 hours. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet.
It came out at 3 a.m. But also, it's fucking 2.5 hours long.
As a zombie film
Save
should
it.
be.
Don't get into it, Spencer. Save it. We're gonna have a whole
Yeah.
episode about it.
It checks all the boxes, Ryan. It really blew my mind.
So
I
this is a
can't
movie
wait.
that happened?
Yeah, do you have
Alright,
Netflix?
alright. Yep.
Yeah, it's Zack Snyder's new. Did you ever see his Dawn of the Dead that he did in like the mid 2000s?
It's pronounced Dong of the Dead.
I actually might have. Did that take place at a mall?
Yeah, fast zombies at the mall.
There was a zombie
Fast.
baby.
Fast
Yep.
Zombies at Ridgemont High.
Yes,
Yes,
there
I
was
did
a-
see that.
there's
There's a
a
movie
zombie
that I
baby.
saw.
So this is sort of like
Bow.
Zack Snyder's like spiritual successor to that. It's a whole new zombie world, but he wanted to get back to doing like his fast zombie thing. So he did what they're angling is like a whole new spin on it. And it feels somewhere between a comic book and a video game. And is just bonkers. But yeah, it's on Netflix. It's probably like the spotlight thing when you go on Netflix right now if you're not on like kid mode.
It's always on kid mode.
Yeah, I figured with
That's
you
why
having
Tyler's
kids.
never seen any movies. Because all he gets access to
Yeah.
is Winnie the Pooh and stuff.
I did watch Beauty and the
Everything's
Beast
kid
before
movies
coming on
nowadays.
this, and
Yeah, turn that off while the kids are asleep some night and check that out. It is ridiculous. There's almost no joke. I can't get into it right now. Ryan's right. I'm like,
fine.
it's gonna set me off, but check it out, I guess.
Quick, someone just say something else and it will change topics in his brain.
Yeah.
Okay,
You-
Zack
you came
Snyder
in-
Zombies.
Yeah, you
Damn
came
it,
in.
Jeff.
You came in with the Tig Delia name, dude. Like
That's true.
I've been thinking about it all night. I'm like, I want to say things. Oh
I can change
God,
my
dude.
name for you.
I haven't had the heart to tell Kayla yet either that like none
She's
of us have
fine.
been able to get through more than 10 minutes of jujitsu. I don't know if that episode has ever had. That might be a meme for a while.
Why did you
guys.
tap out?
Beyond
Yeah,
tapped out,
come on.
dude. That thing
Come on.
snapped. That thing snapped both my arms before I had time to tap out. That's how bad it is.
Oh, you got who's Paul Harris?
Are you talking about actually doing jujitsu, or what are you talking about?
No, I would do jujitsu for 10 years straight before I could probably get into and through all of the movie jujitsu.
Oh, it's a movie. Oh.
Kayla's exact words, I believe, were, "It's good for what it is, and it has Tony Jaa in it."
Well, that's not nothing.
I got through the credits and shut it off.
Wow.
Which was about the first 10 minutes, and I had a headache from the amount of rapid, quick cuts in just the opening credits. And it shows you the entire movie in the credits. It's just like a highlight reel of everything that happened.
Is it actually showing you jujitsu? Because Tony Jaa did the Muay Thai movies. And
so he knows all martial arts.
Way more exciting to watch. And I like jujitsu, but it's pretty boring to watch.
Yeah, no, from what
the final fight is just two guys on the ground
rolling on the ground, sweating and choking each other out.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting if you're doing it and trying not to get choked, but watching it's kind of like, eh.
No, that's the whole thing. Is it seems like it was written by two Russian teenagers who just wanted an Asian-sounding name for their movie. So
if you can get Tony Jaa, just make another Muay Thai movie. It'd be way better.
They picked jujitsu for the name. The movie
has spelled it Jew jitsu.
Yeah, right. Yeah, there's no Jews in it or jujitsu. It was really confusing. Yeah, no, from what I saw in the highlight reel credits, no one's really doing jujitsu in it.
Best, I guess.
It's a lot of just CQC combat. Frank Grillo's in it. Nicolas Cage is in it.
I didn't know Frank Grillo was in it.
They're fighting a robot.
I mean, this all sounds really awesome.
It's
but
insane.
It's not good.
It was hard to get through the first 10 minutes of it. And I will say Army of the Dead was just as hard to get through. But once you finish the first hour of Army of the Dead, things at least start happening.
After intermission.
But I saw a bunch of reviews today that were just damn, was Snyder sending people private checks to write reviews about this movie? Because there were people you're so invested in the characters by the time they die. It's amazing. People were praising that. And I was it spends a whole hour introducing you to people. And I can't remember a damn thing about anyone.
But we can talk about that on Sunday.
Yes. Everybody else enjoy it tonight. I
went to watch Jiu-Jitsu and I ended up watching that Project Powers movie, but I didn't even finish that yet.
Oh God, I don't think I'll be able to get through that either.
One?
Yeah,
and Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Yeah, it starts off kind of promising, and then just so far, I kind of forgot I was watching it. It's one of those movies. I was like, oh yeah,
it's a Netflix movie.
I don't. But I've actually liked a bunch of the last few Netflix movies, so I was hopeful.
I didn't know you were also moving, but that is awesome, dude.
What's up, Colin?
I must have missed
congrats
that
on
somehow.
the move.
I'm about to start moving on Tuesday, so I feel your pain. Great to see you, man, and good luck with the rest of your move. I'm just watching it for the zombies, to be honest, and that zombie tiger. Yeah, check it out, dudes. And if you really want to get down, check out the Patreon and the podcast for $1 a month, and you can find out just how stupid I thought that movie was. I'm waiting for the movie that really... Eventually, we're going to watch a movie that's actually solid and I enjoy, and I'm not going to know what to say. It's going to be that was a good movie. And then you
but
guys
that really
go
is
nuts.
True, though. Movies I really like, I have a hard time talking about because I liked it. It was all good. But when a movie that sucks, there's so much you can go, okay, well, they did this wrong. This is how they could fix it. But when a movie's really good, it's like, well, I don't know what to say about it. It's just good.
And
It was
this one,
enjoyable. I didn't
I'm
think about any
excited for
problems.
Sunday because it's like it's treading into like a how did this get made territory.
Yeah, I got a bunch of notes about production stuff and timing of production and how things tie in with Justice League and stuff
I
like that.
I went and read
The Justice League shows up in the movie. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Just
that would be hilarious.
Sunday, man.
I went and read a bunch of reviews and shit, and he prided himself that they said they didn't have chairs on set, but they were actually just really fucking far away, I guess, because they were rapidly shooting everything. And I was like, well, yeah, the fucking whole movie looks like it was rapidly shot. Everything feels like one take. I compared it to Rex today. It was like watching like a Sharknado movie with bigger budget actors in it.
Oh, hey, there's another topic. Sharknadoes. I just watched the first one of those recently. I never watched them.
Oh my god. I haven't seen them in ages, but I have a bunch of friends who are like unironically into those movies.
Which I get. Like, I'm not diehard about it or anything, but like I watched it and I was like, okay, I get the fun that people have with these now that I've seen it.
Was it like Asylum films or something like that?
Yeah.
But that's the kind of thing that, like, it's fun when you first discover it, and it's like the first movie, and maybe the sequel. But then it becomes this thing where it gets overdone instantly on the internet. Like, Tiger King was really great when it came out, and I was like, oh, this is awesome. And within 2 weeks, the internet just killed it because everything was Tiger King, and everybody was making the same jokes.
It's that meme culture, and yeah, that's why like I like hate that shit. And you'll see me make really shady backhanded comments every once in a while on Twitter where I'm just like, oh man, I love when people are like tweeting out original shit. What's up, Shelby?
Hey, how's it going?
Welcome, dude.
What up?
Oh, what's up, Shelby?
It's me.
Surprise.
Welcome to the madness.
Just that meme culture killing like every new movie and documentary series or anything that comes out. Like, if there's anything you do want to watch and it's on streaming and shit like that, you have to watch it like immediately if you don't want it spoiled. And then beaten to death before your eyes. That was kind of the bummer about these new Star Wars movies, though, was like, those weren't even fun to make fun of. I think that's what broke me. Was those like, damn, like at least when like a movie's like kind of goofy, you can like poke fun at it to like, I guess, relieve some of the tension. But I didn't even watch the last Star Wars movie. It was such a bummer.
Yeah, I can't remember what was the last Star Wars movie I saw.
My mom was the diehard Star Wars fan from the get-go. Like, she took me as a kid to see them, and she absolutely hates everything about the new ones. Like, once the, like, her basic thought is they did Han Solo wrong. It's fine if he's gonna die, but they did him wrong by having this punk kid put him out in such a like bitch ass way. And like, so she didn't even watch after. She didn't watch the next two, whatever, after Force Awakens. She was like, I'm done with this. I was like, well, it's crazy. This lady's been a fan for literally 40 years of her life. And
didn't you say she like called you out of school or something, Ryan?
Yeah, for Return of the Jedi. She
awesome.
Took me out of school like on opening day to go see it. And mostly probably because she didn't want to go alone, but like I also liked it.
I can't even remember the name of the last one now. Is that Rise of the Skywalker?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see that one.
Because wasn't that supposed to be like Colin Trevorrow originally or something like that?
It was. And then was like Jurassic. Was it? Oh, no, it wasn't Jurassic World. It was his film he did in between the Jurassic World movies that bombed. And then they kicked him off the movie because of it. It was I can't remember. I don't remember what it's called. It's like some super genius kid who's investigating like a serial killer or something. It's not Book of Eli. It's something like that though. I don't remember what it's called, but it's about some kid who's like a super genius. Nobody saw it. That's why nobody remembers the name of it.
Yeah, it's like what? I'm like trying to look this up. The Book of Henry.
Book of Henry. Yep.
This kid's wearing like a Roughnecks like leather helmet, like
Yeah.
an old football helmet and goggles. What the hell? This looks like a steampunk.
Nah, it's just a thing he makes for himself. I haven't seen the whole movie. I just saw like the opening, maybe 10 minutes of it.
Yeah, I've
With
never
the
heard of that.
instructions from her genius son's carefully crafted notebook, a single mother sets out to rescue a young girl from the hands of her abusive stepfather.
There you go.
What the hell? That's Sarah Silverman was in it as well.
Cool.
What
I
a-
wonder what her opinions on things are.
What a weird, what a weird movie to do.
But Ryan, going off what you were saying about your mom's complaints about like Han Solo and stuff, that's kind of how like I'm not a Star Wars fan really. Like I like the movies, but you know they're not like anything I'm like obsessed or into. But even watching that, like, you know, I felt the same way about like Luke Skywalker and Leia and all those characters. It was just like they did every one of those characters wrong, and they just kind of like they took away all the growth that those characters had in the original films, and just kind of I don't know, like use them to bump up the new characters by tearing them down. Like it had to be, you know, Luke wasn't the greatest Jedi anymore, and he also gave up being a Jedi, and he gave up on the Force and all this stuff. And then Han Solo goes back to being a smuggler. It's like so all that growth that he had in the whole trilogy of him, you know, becoming a legitimate hero, and you're just gonna get rid of that. Now he's an old man. He's like 80, and he's still doing the smuggling stuff.
Yeah, but then we're back, Chewie. It's a second chance for growth.
Get
Right
off
before we
my
die.
plane! I mean, what movie am I in again? I have Luke Skywalker's lightsaber. It belongs in a museum.
The dog's name was Kylo.
Ah,
I saw that second one too, and I don't remember what happens in that one at all.
Would you
Regarding
like us to
Han.
reenact that?
Yeah, let me get the spark notes from you. I genuinely I can't remember any of that stuff. I remember was Leia being the like space wizard? Was that in the first one?
that was in Last Jedi.
More like space vampire.
I want to suck your force.
Force skin.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
gross.
That's Palpatine.
Yeah, it's
He
the
was just
skin
living
around
force
your
skin.
midichlorians.
I got a bad case of the midichlorians.
That's not what that is.
It hits just real bad. Burns when I pee.
Welcome, Shelby. I'm sorry.
You think we get that
Mostly
worked out with
just-
some of these clones?
My lightsaber's real red.
It
So
sounded
lightsaber
like,
dry and irritated?
Is your lightsaber
Mark-
drooping more than usual?
Try our new Sith salve. Smooths out the wrinkles. Yes, welcome, Shelby.
I was going to say that impression sounded a lot like Marge Simpson's sisters.
The Bouvier twins.
Yes.
I don't know how I remembered their last name. I couldn't think of their first names. I've never
Selma
ever really.
and shit.
I don't remember ever hearing their names, so I'm impressed.
Yeah, I was like, I'm drawing a complete blank on their names.
Selma and Patty.
There you go. I was like, don't they rhyme? No, they don't rhyme. Oh,
Yeah,
some of you
I
guys are actually drawing on screen. Go ahead.
I left the first one of the sequels. I left the theater and was not impressed. I basically said I went with someone who bought a ticket. I was going to skip out on it, and the person I went with, I told him, I was like, "Yeah, I'm out. I'm done." Like that first one, I was like, "The sky was the limit, and this is what we got." No thanks, man.
Skywalker was the limit.
Right. Well, you think yeah, we just got this franchise, which is basically the most popular thing in the United States. This is what you get, right? Like I just was not.
They played it like super safe on the first one, from what I remember too.
Yeah, the first one's like just a kind of like knockoff, like safe Star Wars movie.
Well, they took the original trilogy and just literally just took the cooler stuff and watered it down, and that was that entire film. And I was like, this just, yeah, I could already see where it was going, man. I was out.
It's the spark notes for the new generation. So all those kids that don't want to watch an old movie can just watch the new ones and kind of get what the whole thing's about, but not really.
Yeah.
No, and like what Shelby was saying, like the new ones were also built and structured around products and rides, which we've commented on that when we're talking about other movies. When you can obviously feel the ride scene, you're like, oh, this will be for the ride, and stuff like that. Where the first three, they were big on product and big on this or that, but the movies themselves weren't built and structured in that same way. They were sort of taken advantage of. Like, here's the movie. How can we take advantage of that in marketing and toys and all that stuff? Where these ones were like, oh, let's have this thing for this and let's have this for that. And it's like too many things to check off. And it just felt that way. You're just watching it. You're like, wow, this is just so much product.
Oh, yeah. Disney works on that shit like well before the movies even start filming. Like, that's why you were seeing all that costuming and stuff for the movies like long before the movies even started shooting. There's a whole pipeline for that. Like she worked more on ride stuff when she worked down at Disney, my girlfriend, but she had a couple of roommates who actually worked on like the high end ride stuff and like design shit for the park, and they know that like well in advance, like before Avatar Land was even like announced to the public. They had like the full layout and everything figured out, and they like tease little weird clues and shit in the park. It's insane the kinds of money they spend on that shit. But that's why it's like they could have made so much more if they didn't abuse the shit out of that property. But now I don't know how it's going to pan out in the long run. We're going to see over the next year or so, but I wouldn't be surprised if Star Wars Land is like paved over sooner than later.
Oh yeah, they're probably gonna. Well, I already heard they were like reconfiguring it, switching some things up and closing down one of the rides.
Yeah, they'll do that as long as they have to. Like they're like the king of pivoting, so that's what I mean. But it's a matter of like, how many times can you do that before you're like, clearly this property just isn't the cash cow that it used to be, and they will do that. Like that's their entire. That's what differentiates them from like Universal and shit like that.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to sell a product to a generation that doesn't give a shit. They're selling to the wrong people. Or if your business sense is, let's piss off all of the established customer base, then that's not good business.
Exactly. And Universal just like operates at a loss at their parks, so they're not any sort of competition. Like, I don't know how their parks stay open. It's insane.
Butterbeer.
Pretty much. Which is funny because
the overhead on Butterbeer is just incredible.
She went to Disney with that pitch long before she went to Universal, and Disney like laughed her out the door. which I don't know if that's like a well-known story or not, but like I was like early on in dating Beth, like before we ever lived together or anything, and she was like, yeah, like fucking J.K. Rowling like was in town for a meeting recently, because she was trying to do that. And again, one of Beth's roommates was like fairly higher up in the park. I guess like the development team or something. Everything's got a weird fucking name at Disney.
Yeah, and they have so many hierarchies. Like at least the
Oh,
one out
yeah,
here,
dude.
that's what I've dealt with. It's like kind of crazy.
Turbo bureaucratic. Like
Mm-hmm.
there's like an assistant for like every rung up the ladder. It's insane. Like, how does anything get done here?
Yeah, when we did we were just doing signage, my dad's company. I was much younger at the time. It was like 20 years ago when I was helping him with that. And they would hire, they were doing California Adventure here in California. They were building that. And they would hire all these new art directors, and all these dudes would be like, oh, all right, I got hired by Disney. And they would be told well, when you first get started, all regular employees and the contracts are just 90 days. It's just how it works. So everyone's like, oh, okay, cool, whatever. And they're like, I'm hired by Disney. And then their 90 days would be up and they'd be gone. And we'd be dealing with new art directors for the next 90 days. And it was this just weird process of just they would just move through people. But all they wanted was experienced people to come in and help the gears move. And then just get you out before they have to commit to too much or, whatever.
Grease the
Big
wheels
mess.
with your blood, please.
Yeah. And we had to, just for simple signs oh, Grand Rapids, whatever, this way, we'd have to go through a 50-part process with 30 people on this committee, and they'd all have to sign off, and they're like, oh, we don't like these bolts. We're like, well,
oh yeah, dude,
that's what bolts look like. Sorry.
That was way back then. When I've talked about this before, but when I met CB and he was telling me about the bureaucratic chain for the Star Wars comic books at Marvel now, and I think he said it was something like 32 people in the chain.
All linked, ass to mouth, mouth to ass.
Yeah, just shitting out George Lucas ideas.
Are you sure you want in on this, kid? We're all trying to find a way out.
Yeah, replace me, please.
I got a stitch loose. Sorry.
No, and he explained it like he was excited about it, and then was like, yeah, but it takes a while for things to get going sometimes. And yeah, fucking of course it does, dude. You have to wait around on producers you've never even met that probably don't even know the property and are just money people at Disney. Who openly want next to nothing to do with the comics arm of Marvel. Disney bought that shit just so they could use it at the parks and for the films.
What's his name? Feige just made some comment about that people were talking about regarding the comics, how they don't really give a shit about the comics and stuff.
No, they openly stated that early on. That's why I was surprised that there was really any oversight on the Star Wars stuff, but I guess it's because they see the Star Wars property as its own thing, which is smart. But that's why you see every time something new is written in the Star Wars books and stuff, it's just immediately undone in the movies. And the shows and things like that, because that canon does not matter to them at all.
That's a shame.
What kind of canon is it?
Is it though? I wish more people would legitimately get on board with supporting indie stuff and stop putting so much stock and hope in all these big name properties anymore.
Your slogan is abandon hope.
Yes, pretty much, Tyler.
Star Wars, a no hope.
Yes. No.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. the whole thing just sucks now. And that's why I don't hold my breath for that kind of shit.
But that was something that we talked about on Rob's stream at one point with Disney buying up all these major properties, and everybody was getting upset about it. And it's like, rightfully so, because it does suck. But at the same time, I'm not really too bummed out about it anymore, because every major studio is just putting out the same garbage with established properties. They're all just trying to get those nostalgia bucks, but then changing everything about it so that it's not even recognizable anymore. So it's like, does it really matter that Disney's buying these properties up? Because if they didn't, then Warner Brothers would, and they put out the same shit too,
Yeah, I feel bad for all the He-Man fans, but I'm about to have to fucking mute every word linked to that property soon. I think it has a new one dropping pretty soon with Kevin Smith.
I have the Snoogan.
Yeah, I do not want to hear the discourse about that, honestly. At all.
Is Jason Mewes Orko?
Oh my god. All right, I'm watching. And I'm on board. He's man-at-arms. Snoogans, dude.
What
the hell am I
smoking weed?
watching?
Smoking weed, making spells.
Just turns his weapon arm into a bong.
No, they'll give him Fisto, so he can just say his own name a bunch through every episode.
No, that's gotta be Mark Hamill, since he was Cockknocker.
Mark Hamill has to have a role in that. There's no way he doesn't.
He's Skeletor.
Oh, there you go.
And then the guy, I think that did Skeletor's voice, they made was it Moss Man?
They're bitch.
Which is kind of it sucks for him. It's they're finally doing a new show, and they're like, yeah, you're not going to be the main guy anymore.
Yeah.
But don't worry, you're Moss Man.
He's like, finally the phone rang again.
Yeah. You can have no name recognition because we kept you on hold for 10 years, so...
Okay, get ready for this. Big production. Netflix. Kevin Smith attached. Big stars.
Yeah, guess
And
what?
you're
We're
a
back
Moss
with
Man.
new He-Man. Oh my god!
So again, why did they not hire Kevin Conroy to voice He-Man so it could just be Batman all over again?
I think he is doing a voice, actually. Not He-Man, but he's doing somebody, I think.
I mean, they have the same
Baker.
eight guys in voice acting now, unless it's anime. So he's got to have some sort of character in it.
Catwoman. I mean Tila.
Yeah, they just make him the character closest to Batman from He-Man. Who in He-Man wears a cowl?
He-Man's all depressed in his fur bikini.
Yeah, Stratus does.
Nerds.
I don't know. I've seen the designs. They're all pretty burly, to be honest. I don't really know who's who.
Especially Tila.
Burly?
Rock,
No,
man.
Burly. Oh no.
Yeah, who knows? It could be a sleeper hit, boys. That's what I always say. But I don't know.
Bunch of hockey references.
I was
Let's
hoping,
get Skeletor and those hosers.
I was hoping to
Wayne Gretzky co-stars.
to be surprised by Army of the Dead, and no spoilers, but I wasn't.
There, he's
You wanna
bringing it
talk
up
about
again.
the
Oh my
movie
gosh!
so bad.
Do you want to just talk about it into the episode now?
No,
No.
I haven't seen it yet. Stop it.
Yeah, Jeff hasn't seen it yet. You're being rude, Ryan. Stop
All
bringing
right.
it up.
Yeah, stop being
All
a douche,
right.
Ryan.
All right, you guys. Learn my lesson. I think.
Yeah.
Being a real Kevin Smith here tonight.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of other shit that isn't that movie.
Most things aren't that movie.
Yeah,
Well, you don't have my brain, Tyler.
That is very true.
That may
Right
be
now-
the case, but it's the biggest thing in my brain right now.
Yeah. Right now, everything's that movie.
There's Beth and there's Army of the Dead. That's all I got going right now.
Yeah. If I forget one
Right
of those
now,
things,
Beth's
I'm
in
in
the
huge
bathroom.
trouble.
She's watching the Army of the Dead right now too.
Oh, I couldn't even convince her to watch it. I was like, "You might like it." She was like, "Why do I feel like that means it sucks?" I was like, "Well, I didn't say it didn't."
Just very
This movie's
honest.
like Spencer's The Ring. He just keeps watching it and studying it. What is this?
Yeah. Why am I so mesmerized by this stupid movie?
And then he gets a call on the phone. Martha.
Keep an eye out for religious references too, because I'm pretty sure there was a couple in it. That or I'm losing my mind. If you don't notice them, then maybe the apocalypse is coming. Sorry,
Well, that's
guys.
for sure.
I got all caught up scribbling on a piece of paper like an idiot and didn't even realize I never turned my camera on. Randy, what is up?
The chat thanks you.
Yeah, right. DJ 2K Comics, hell yeah, what is up?
What's up, guys?
Anime Dubs has like 4 voice actors for everything. American voice acting is better, to be honest. That's what I mean, though. Like there's a cast of like 30, 40 people in both of those subsets, and then like the same 5 are bounced throughout multiple productions over and over again. Anime is not what it
Tossed
used
around
to
like
be.
common
But there,
whores.
there is a lot more of it now.
One blow gets you a lot further these days. Kneel by me.
When you're not strong.
But
I'll
you
take
want
your
that
dick.
part.
Even if it's long.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to say Kayla couldn't make it tonight because it is Ed's birthday.
As we're singing about dongs.
Yeah, songs about blowing your best friend.
This is for you, Ed.
Yeah. Kayla can't make it. I'm assuming Nick can't make it.
Double check the green room. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you let Shelby in already, so you've been looking.
Right, Rob might pop in eventually. I have a feeling Rob is at
So
like
many
you know
cousins.
his mob meetings or whatever.
Most likely.
Yeah,
Somebody's playing a mandolin in the background.
fixing cement shoes on some poor bastard in Long Island.
My cover is a comic book artist.
They get asked to speak Hebrew on the streets quite a bit.
Yeah,
That was the
so
funniest thing I've ever
hilarious.
heard. I've never heard, I've been to
What?
New York a million times. So many of my friends in New York. I've never heard one of my Italian friends be like, I'm always being told on the street, speak Hebrew, speak Hebrew. I'm like, I'm not even Jewish. Stop telling me to speak Hebrew.
This is
No
Rob's
matter how hard
neighborhood.
you yell it at me, I can't speak it. Like that had me dying. It's like,
That's Rob's.
Oh, God. He just lives in a very aggressively Jewish neighborhood.
yeah, an
Yeah.
aggressively Orthodox neighborhood in New York. Speak Hebrew.
Poor Rob, too. He's probably just walking down the street, just like, things are going to be okay.
Speak Hebrew or go home. I am
He's
home.
assaulted by rabbis.
This
So
Moyle's
damn
menacing
good.
me.
Yeah.
This isn't
I'm
kosher, guys.
Goy versus world.
Yeah, my girlfriend's Jewish, even she's like the Orthodox ones are real intense.
I eat meatballs, not matzo balls.
I couldn't imagine how like crazy Beth would be had she grown up like a New York Jew. I just when I thought I couldn't love that woman more. If Beth were somehow retroactively a New York Jew, I'd lose it.
Just when I thought I couldn't love her more, she's not a person that I thought she might have been. If she was, but she's not, so we're
Yeah.
cool.
You just barely missed it, Beth. Sorry. No,
She
she's
almost
great,
stepped
but
in that time machine.
yeah, Beth with like a hardcore New York accent. Like, I always wish Rob and Gambino were a little bit more New York than they are. That's just me being selfish, though.
Can't have everything.
Yeah,
Not all your friends can be stereotypes.
I wonder how ridiculous they would be if we got them drunk.
That sure is true, Ryan.
I was getting a nice coffee at McDonald's today and got completely weirded out because the drive-thru dude sounded exactly like Ryan. He's just working at a McDonald's in New Hampshire and just hasn't told anyone.
Oh, hey,
Things
Pete.
have been rough. Completely freaked me out. I ordered the coffee in the most awkward way. One iced coffee, large sugar and cream. Okay, please. Like, Ryan? Like,
waiting for me to say something weird.
Oh, Beth was listening. Oh, shit. I'm in trouble. Yeah, I just wish you had a New York accent, Beth.
Her Hebrew senses were tingling.
Yeah.
And I'll be right back, guys. Somebody just pulled up for their order.
Oh, my God. Oh, man.
What? No tip?
That's
sorry.
that's
Just
the dream, man. We're working, busting ass on all these comic books so we can one day open a McDonald's.
That's
what it's all
actually
about,
not
right?
a bad investment plan.
Did you guys see that tweet? I don't even remember who said it the other day, but it was like, what is your end game with comics?
Yes.
And I was like, how many people are gonna tweet this and be like, fucking comics, dude? Like that's the point. It like almost pissed me off because there was so many people chiming in that were like, I would love to write screenplays someday. I was like, you could just write those. Like,
yeah, that's what I always think is
stopping
funny. The people that are like, someday I want to do this. You're like, why aren't you doing it then? Like,
yeah, I'm like they aren't like mutually exclusive. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You might not get paid for it or whatever.
No, I heard it's illegal.
Yeah, right. You can't double dip like that. That's a Akira Yoshida-ing, man. You can't edit and write.
Double dipping causes infections.
Jesus.
Akira
Yoshida.
Yoshida.
There's another great one for the soundboard, man.
Zabolski!
Akira Yoshida approved. Just like the sword coming out of the scabbard noise. Akira Yoshida.
Get me sushi to go.
Get me
my
donuts
God.
too!
Yeah, it's just sword noise and a sandwich being cut in half. My goal in comics is to crush my enemies and see them driven before me and hear the lamentation of their women. Yes. And some other things from their women.
Whoever said that, can they write my goals for comics too?
It's Pete. Pete, I'm going to need you to do some more for me.
Yeah. I didn't know what I wanted till I heard that. I want to do something like that.
Hello, Pete Boss.
Pete's sitting in a pit right now with dead bodies all around him, just meditating.
Pete's balling out so hard he changed his last name to Boss.
Yet he's still weirded out that the guy sounded like me. He has all that going on, and the thing that's bugging him is the guy in the drive-thru sounded like me. Finally, back to all these dead bodies in the pit.
It's just like your doppelganger.
Dude, it always is. Once people meet me, they're like, "Wait, where do I know you from?" I always look like somebody people know.
I mean, I think I've told you this before, but you look like the healthy version of my cousin, who looks like you if you were a competitive eater.
Nice. So a happier version of me.
And maybe like a long range like trucker. Long haul trucker, long range trucker. Yeah, like a sniper. Just blowing loads
so
out the
far
back
away.
of the truck.
You're overweight there, trucker.
God damn. I've been sober 4 weeks. Still, sharp as a tack.
Only took him 4
Sharp
weeks
as a
to get to
spoon.
rig humor.
Yeah. Sharp like a doorknob. Always, Jeff. Always, Pete said. Oh, man. I gotta get a refill on water soon.
Spencer goes up to the hose.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
You don't have to do that anymore, Spencer. Well, you haven't had to do that for a while.
He has to come through the window, sneaking in. Always on tap, boys. Free water.
Yeah, but I'm not going outside to pee.
Yeah, well,
I pee in the hose now.
I'm gonna have to pee. Oh my god!
You know, when you turn it off, you can pee into it.
The circle of life. I told Shelby to come on. We'd be drawn and hanging out.
He lied.
Oh goddamn! Let's pull.
It's all right. The last time I was and first time I was on with Shelby, it was on Skip Edwards' channel. So it's not like we have dragged him from hanging out with like the most professional attitudes. They have a lot of fun over on Skip's channel. So.
He could have streamed on his channel and not heard about dicks all night.
What's the fun in that?
Oh, Jeff, that melting guy is really gross looking.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Thanks.
That's what it's supposed to be.
That's the point.
Wait, that's not a melting guy. That's a pretty lady. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, it's on
Looks like
screen now. I wasn't looking.
Somebody put a condom over their head. Do I look scary?
Am I pretty now, mama?
Oh my god. Very cool. Is that your first page for the night?
Yeah, man, I gotta go back and clean these guys up. But I only got 2 pages left. It's just 19 and 20.
You machine.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
am
gonna
Bert
bother
Kreischer.
Tyler. He's deep in the inks.
I am not on 2 pages left.
I think Shelby's working. You're working on cards for your campaign, right?
Yeah, these are all cards for actually for Rage Holiday War 2. They're not going to be for the current one.
Okay.
Wow.
Damn, you are staying busy.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Man.
So
Oh, cool.
Jeez.
what I'm doing is I'm drawing the entire 2-issue art all at once. I'm not just doing like 1 and then going to start 2.
Very
Because
smart.
it's essentially one large story, right? So
Yeah. Excellent
Yes.
stuff.
yeah, I just kind of figured I'm like I may as well knock them both out, and then that way on 2 it should fulfill like fairly quickly for the second one.
Hell yeah.
This one not so much. It's all my colors and stuff too.
I mean, I got that first one crazy fast too. Excited for the second one as well. Pete said, "Oh wow, Tyler's here too. He's so quiet." Yeah, I feel like we
He's
fried
plotting to
Tyler's
escape.
circuits.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
I broke my leg. My wife needs me.
You guys hear my kids screaming out there? I gotta go.
Just keep throwing things at the ceiling, trying to wake them up upstairs.
I died. Guys, I can't be here anymore. I died. Bye.
Yeah, those are looking awesome, Shelby. I'm inking nonsense sketch cards, but I am about to step away for a moment. Get some more water. Being a healthy idiot is no fun. We'll be celebrating real soon in the new house with a drinking stream.
I feel like I'm the Flanders to your Homer.
Yeah, you're so wholesome. It's weird. And then you open your mouth. It's less weird.
Yeah, you're not the Flanders there.
Oakley
Yeah.
Dickley.
Yeah. Right. You're a very rambunctious gay Flanders when you open your mouth.
It's like I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Have any of you heard that that metal band Oakley Dokley, and they all dress like Ned.
Hell
Yeah,
yes.
All right. Yeah, I've missed them every time they come to town. They've come through several times.
Oh man, I'm not sure if they've come all the way out here, but I would love to see them live. I remember the day that single dropped, I showed my girlfriend and was having way too much fun with it, and that was when I found out she had never even seen Simpsons.
Oh,
What?
no.
Yeah.
I'm not offended or mad. I'm just like, that's a
Yeah,
weird.
it's a work in progress. One of her friends works for the show. Like, it's insane. One of her friends from the Disney College program went on to be like I think she's like a script supervisor now, but she was like a talent assistant for a while, which basically means you like drive voice talent around on golf carts on set and stuff like that.
Just for fun?
Yeah, I guess. You can abduct them if you want to.
Whee!
Yeah. I have a friend who worked his way up to director, and I feel so bad because he's like, it's so cool. And then at the same time, he's like, everyone hates the show now. He's like, so it's like, even if I think I did good on the episode, I'm like, hey, I did a thing. And everyone's like,
kind of had
whatever.
sex with Weinstein for no reason.
Oh, hey, that reminds me. Do you want to know about his pud?
Okay.
Oh, that's
yeah.
right.
You can talk about it all you want while I go to the bathroom.
All right,
and
real
grab
sex with
more
Jeff
water.
time.
Real
All
sex with Jeff
right.
time. Here we go.
I'm
All right,
sorry
so-
ahead of time, everybody.
I feel sick.
So there were always weird descriptions of his dingus and how it looked very odd and it was very small, weird shaped. And so it turns out that he has diabetes, really bad diabetes. And as you know, like diabetes can lead to people losing their toes and their feet and stuff like that. So it affects the extremities if it gets really bad. Well, it can also affect your schlong, and he got gangrene in his schlong. And then it became a dingus, and then it became a pud. And
I don't know what
is
any of
why-
that means.
It means he's got just like a little acorn left because the other part fell off.
Oh.
And that's why it's so weird. You're welcome, everybody. Sleep tight.
And then were those official like terms that it turned into?
Oh, it's medical. It's in scholarly articles. It's
That
in
you're
Kinsey
clearly
report.
familiar with before you
The
shared
pud.
it.
As Kinsey
So-
wrote about.
So if he had the really good kind of diabetes, what would have happened to it?
It
God.
would have
Opposed to the really
engorged.
bad kind. It's like, damn, look at this thing grow.
Can't even walk right no more.
Damn. Who wants to audition?
Oh, that bush is gonna get it.
Oh man, you had to. So those people really, like. Oh man. So some
Well, it
people saw
shows,
some
like-
really gnarly stuff. Go ahead.
It shows too like how messed up and horrible he was, because like you would think a normal person would be too ashamed for anybody to see that, and yet he like thrived on pressuring women and doing all kinds of horrible stuff. So it just shows like how messed up he really was.
Oh. And how.
True
Oh.
horror movie stuff.
Yeah. And how bad of a spot are you in when you're like, this is worth it to me.
Oh yeah, they deserve everything if they do that.
You're like, he's like, oh, jeez.
You're the new star of the Avengers.
Oh, jeez. We'll call you Thor. Oh, I don't think I'm worthy. No, you are, Chris.
With Hemsworth.
You are. Oh, no, I don't want to pick that up. No, thank you.
That's not so much a hammer as it is a thimble.
Yeah, that looks like it was smashed by a hammer, mate.
Well, you gotta do what you gotta do. Time to go down under.
Yeah. You keep me, old John, on top of that? He starts roasting him. He's like, all right, you still get the part because you didn't touch it, but that was all pretty funny.
Oh, that's how we got Ghostbusters.
Oh,
He was
he's
funny
like,
doing that. You know what? You're not right for this Men in Black now that I'm thinking about it, but Ghostbusters right up your alley, buddy.
oh, Men in Black, that was a bummer too.
I still didn't see it.
Me either.
I don't know. I'm a big fan of those movies, and
Mm-hmm.
I was pretty
Good
hopeful
movies.
about this one, and it was pretty disappointing. It was a lot of the stuff you talked about in Star Wars, or you guys talked about, where it was like, oh, hey, remember the guy you liked in all the movies before this? Yeah, he kind of sucked and was a jerk. But this new
Mhm.
girl, she's awesome and is way better and doesn't have to do anything to get her way. You're gonna love her, or else.
Or else.
Yeah, because she kind of like in that movie. I haven't seen it, but from what I understand, she kind of does the Riri Williams thing, right? Where she's just like super smart and like gets it without having to try for it.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, how's she do it? And she's like, she just knows. And you're like, oh, I guess it was kind of like that for Will Smith's character. And then you rewatch that, and you're like, nope, not at all.
Yeah. Well, he sucked at everything. Remember, that was like the whole point. It was like he went through all those tests and he was terrible at all of them.
No, the girl just like she like figures out everything on her own. And that's the other thing too. They don't tell you how she figures stuff out. They're just like, now she's figured out where the Men in Black base is. Now she's figured out this or that. And you're like, oh, how's she doing all this? This will be a cool reveal when they like show her detective skills. And then it's like, no, she just knows where things are and is bossy and walks in. You're like, what? That's not development.
You can't call her bossy.
I'm
Oh,
sorry,
no more.
uppity. Sorry, what are the terms? I don't know anymore.
It's not pronouns for Ryan. It's just words to describe terrible people.
Bitchy? Oh god, that's not it either, is it? Damn it.
I got this, guys. I got this.
Yeah. Whew. Break out the dictionary. So your segment about his schlong was supposed to take up the whole time Spencer was gone.
I didn't promise that.
It was supposed to be girthier.
Well, what are you supposed to do with a pud? You can't make a girthy pud.
I don't know. Did he still get off? Or is it just a mental
I mean,
getting off?
I don't know. That's a question for another day.
It shoots, but it's a powder, so be warned.
Oh God. Oh, why?
I hope all the questions at the trial are just that. Like, so, like, how does it work?
Yeah.
Your Honor, please. No, I want to know this too.
Is it like one with his balls or what? Sorry, guys. Spencer told us we should be like this.
Well, there goes my smile.
Tyler lost his smile that day. I'd like to tell you it came back. I'd like to tell you it came back.
Yeah, that trial's going to be wild. They're like, what's there going to be if the glove doesn't fit? You must have quit moment.
What does that? He couldn't wear a condom. It wouldn't fit.
What are you supposed to do? Lay a trash bag over this?
Puppy pads.
Jeff, where did you learn this, and why do you know this? Why? Why do you
Where did
know
I learn this?
You know those emails that are like tabloidy and you're not supposed to click on them? Jeff clicks on them.
Every time. I've gone to like 17 computers.
But boy, can he tell you all about Celebrity Dong.
I was like, damn, we've been going for 2 hours, but it's been an hour and a half because we dicked around for a half hour backstage while Tyler dropped.
That's wordplay.
Oh.
Okay, he's back, guys. Enough of the dong talk.
Yeah, right. What fuckery did I miss out on? Ryan, he's like, how can I cancel myself today? I mean, nobody here was going to cancel me. They don't care, but if some SJW comes along, who knows? I missed what was going on, but
Oh, I don't know what I said now.
our collective amnesia is not helpful.
No.
Yeah, an hour to go. I'm probably going to stream longer, but I know Tyler normally has to cut out right at
He's like, thank God.
Yeah, I might make that now, you know.
It's all good if you have to, dude. It's no big deal.
No, I'm just kidding, but also kind of serious. Jeff just told me I can't unhear.
Yeah.
Jeff said words that made us see things.
That's right. I can't stop seeing them.
I will show you such sights.
You don't need workable dongs where we're going.
That was almost your Jesse Ventura voice. I meant to
The
say
guy had a pod.
Yeah. Show you such sights. That'd be so hilarious. Just a reboot of it's a shot-for-shot remake of Hellraiser. They just green screened in the body Ventura as Pinhead.
I'm a Cenobite and a Navy SEAL. No, Jesse. No, you're just a Cenobite. No, I'm also the governor of Minnesota. He keeps adding things.
Yeah, that's not scary. Damn it.
And take off the feather earring. What is that?
It's weird in here. My edibles kicking in.
Pinhead.
The government killed Kennedy. Aliens are real.
That's
Taxation
not the
is
line.
theft.
Well, that's the truth.
That's no conspiracy. Yeah, that's what we get demonetized for. Our libertarian views.
Dave Smith, save us.
God damn it, the one time we get political. God damn.
We're like libertarians.
Hey,
Yeah, that's closer.
too far.
I'm talking about you guys
It's too
specifically,
far.
not a whole group of people.
Yeah.
I'm not a bigot. I mean,
Not the entire unaffiliated party. The party that prides itself on basically not being a party.
and being no fun at a party.
Libertarians. We don't like each other, and we don't like anyone else either.
You guys want to talk about economics?
Fuck. Oh yeah, I'm inking dumb shit now. Using the term inking very loosely.
You're using the term inking very loosely, very loosely.
Yes. Everything I do is loose.
Just like his bowl.
Alley-oop.
That's the sound his butt makes when he poops.
Yeah, I'm like, Shelby, stop by anytime. It's really high art going on over here.
Yeah, has Shelby met Jeff?
No.
Yeah.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
Hello.
Greetings.
We call him Classy Jeff. No, wait, we don't call him Classy Jeff.
It's been a long week.
Yeah, right. It's good to
What
be
about
back
all
with
the other
dudes.
weeks, Jeff?
COVID?
They're all equally as long.
That's what I never tell anyone. Every week is long.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna blame everything on COVID.
Yeah, I used to thank
Sounding a lot
Obama
like
for
the
everything.
government.
Now I'm gonna blame COVID for everything.
Come on, man.
Yeah, we don't have to say thanks, Obama, anymore.
You go, damn COVID.
Curse you, COVID.
There you go. Curse you, COVID.
You have to drop down to your knees in a real why God kind of moment. It's like spilling spaghetti sauce on your shirt. God damn you, COVID!
And COVID came along, destroyed all the crops, killed all the cows.
My wife left me. The ground went sour.
Took me a second. I got it.
We're the dumbest show on the internet, and I love it.
Sometimes COVID-18 is better.
7-on-7. What is up, dude? Spencer eats his whatever.
Ooh, GJ's going to Sonic.
So back to Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah.
Oh,
Why?
yeah.
If you
Do
want
we
to.
have to? Do we have to?
Shelby can handle this channel.
The iron thought. Yeah, right.
So does anyone have a comprehensive list of the movies that he owned that are now forever out of print? Because I noticed a few of the horror films, like even like Dogma. Dogma's out of print because he owned it.
Oh.
And he can't sell the rights because that'll all go to reparation, I guess. So my understanding is they're basically never getting re-released. So if you look on eBay, you look at like Dogma. Another one is what was that 90s movie?
You think people would be mad if I somehow convinced that rapist to gift me the rights to some cool horror movies?
What was that movie?
Yeah, but he didn't make any money. He
wanna
just
say-
gave it to me as a friendly gesture. Calm down, guys.
Yeah, just keep working past them, Shelby. It's okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's
For real,
it's not the Faculty. There was another film like The Faculty. Oh, Disturbing Behavior. Disturbing Behavior. Yeah, that film.
Oh, God, he probably molested everyone on that.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
That was a good-looking crowd.
Which one was that?
Even Cyclops was in it too, you know?
Yeah, dude, that was the weird radio waves are like turning everyone in the town like horny and then super violent.
I'm listening.
You've never seen that, Jeff? Yeah, it was like it was one of those just like everybody's a smoke show teenager in this. So if you were like a little kid and you saw that, you were like, wow, in high school we all get hot. Not realizing
not
everybody was like 25 years old in that and not a high schooler.
Yeah.
Yeah, that movie was like turbo horny, like late 90s, early 2000s movie. That feels like a Weinstein movie.
So Marston was in Weinstein movies and Bryan Singer movies.
Oh, dang.
Like, that means Boyd probably had to work. And he's a good actor, too. You figure he could get it on merit.
He's probably got a hole in the back of his head.
Oh, my God.
He's like, I can keep my mouth shut.
Or open.
Or open, yeah.
That's the same thing like our boy Thomas Jane, like him openly doing interviews about how he was essentially a Hollywood hooker before he got into being the Punisher.
What?
Yeah.
So it was him getting punished all along.
The
Yeah, I'm,
Punisher
like,
was
trying-
inside you the whole time.
I have a Thomas Jane story if you want to hear it.
Oh,
yeah.
hell yeah.
Like a real life story.
We're like his
I was
gay
doing-
fan club.
Excellent. No, it's kind of depressing, so sorry if I
Oh, no, perfect. It'll
make
fit.
anybody sad.
Even better, yeah.
So it was it must have been like 2011, 2012. There was this comic convention called Vegas Expo. And at the time it was being run by, they outsourced Jimmy J, who does the Amazing Comic Cons. He does like Amazing Hawaii and Amazing Vegas and all that.
Yeah.
So they hired him to basically run the show, and it did really well. Had a ton of people there and all that. But anyways, I was right next to, I had Mike Mignola next to me on one side, and then Troma to my right side. So there was a Troma booth, me, Mignola, and then right across from us was this comic company that Thomas Jane and Tim Bradstreet were starting.
Oh,
So the two of them,
Oh, Raw Media, I think, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it's got a weird name.
Yeah, Thomas Jane, he was barely there. It was like Tim Bradstreet was running like 4 tables by himself most of the show. But yeah, Thomas Jane, he was doing photo ops with people and all this and that, and he was like extremely drunk. The whole, like, you could smell the liquor across the aisle. Like, you could smell it, like he was just sweating.
Man.
He was sweating alcohol.
That's my boy.
And this is when I worked for Burst, which was a video game company out in South Mesa, south of the 60. And two of my coworkers, I had talked them into getting a booth there as well. And their company, they were called Oddity Commodity, and they used to do a bunch of just off the wall like art prints and shit like that. So they told me, they came inside and they were like, dude, yeah, they were telling me this crazy story that this guy that looks just like, they're all, you know that Thomas Jane, this, that? And I was like, uh-huh. And they were like, yeah, this guy looked a lot like him. And he was out there, he was like pulling cigarettes out of the gutter and asked them for a quarter. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, he's out there barefoot. And people were making jokes like, holy shit, it's homeless Jane. Like just making jokes. Like they didn't, it was actually him.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they didn't know it was him. And so when he came in, yeah,
kids back.
Barefooted, his feet were all like nasty and shit. But anyways, yeah, that's my Thomas Jane story.
Tommy the hooker, man.
But people, from what Chris and James were telling me, they didn't know it was him. Like they, and I was like, his booth's right there, dude. Like it probably was him.
That's probably for the best. Yeah.
Sounds like him,
It does. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it's like
by
I've
it.
heard a lot of drunken stories of him at cons. So.
Well, there's video of it too. Like there's one where he did an interview and he went on a rant about like pedophiles, and he was like, "This should all be shot." They're like, yeah, so we can talk about the Punisher some more. He's like, yeah, because more pedophiles.
And then he's like, I got to go punch Patricia in the face real quick. I'll be right back.
That dude rocks. Yeah. He's
real man's Jane.
Yeah, he's a real character. A real man's Jane, Jesus.
But he was shopping around those books they were doing. He was trying to get so it goes back to you were talking about like when people were like what's your end game with comics? Like basically everyone's like, oh, it's a stepping stool for this other thing I want to do, right?
Yeah.
And that's what he was doing. I went over and was talking to Brad Street, and he was saying that basically they're trying to do the grindhouse method, like kind of like what Tarantino and them were doing. Like they had this idea for an anthology film, and we're looking for investors and this and that.
Which is stupid because that dude, either he's insane with his money or he's just a douche and doesn't want to, doesn't believe in his stuff enough to actually invest his own money. Because
I don't think most of them do. I don't think most like Hollywood types have the ability or the know-how to finance a film.
Yeah, that's like a huge gamble. And it's weird because I just started hitting people up blindly and was like, hey, here's my comics. This is the kind of shit I do. This is what I'm trying to do. And I actually started getting responses back from people on just cold calling without any sort of rep or anything. But that's purely because I was just like, oh, I'm not going to wait around on it. Like a fucking pandemic just happened. No job is ever just going to fall into my lap. I kind of need to go out and find them. And honestly, the idea of adapting anything I did as a comic, the only thing I'd really probably be interested in is Camp Rainbow. And that's still something that we need to get started working on as a comic. I'd rather just write screenplays and shit like that on the side as money so I can do comics more comfortably.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, I just love that art form. Movies are cool too, but why not do both?
But it affects the art side of things too. So many comics have the most mundane, boring costumes in a lot of it.
That's because you are making a comic.
And that's what I'm saying.
The movie.
It's they're thinking about a real person wearing this as opposed to let me design something really cool to blow people away. It's well, this has got to be a costume, so let's figure it out.
I even had friends that they limited their designs when they were thinking oh, I want a cosplayer to be able to make this.
Yeah.
Where that comes, this is coming from a guy too. I designed my Death Betty character. She wears running shorts and a hoodie. So some characters, it's just how it is. But But yeah, it's like no, especially if you're dealing with like cosmic beings, because in our cosmic stuff we try to make everything look super cool.
Well, it's like you said too. Like just because they're wearing like ordinary clothes doesn't mean that that's not what you're going for. Because like even something like Miles Morales in the Spider-Verse movies, he's basically wearing a superhero costume, but he's got like like sneakers on and a hoodie and stuff like that. So it is something that's doable, but it does fit that character too. It actually tells you something about him. It makes up a story just visually with him. But if you're just doing that just purely because like, well, I want to get this made into a movie, that's when it's like, you're not thinking about the characters or the story or making something impressive.
Or how will
That's
this
it.
work as a figure or something? You're like, no, just design it and then worry about
That's
that
why
later.
I love Voidwalker. It's like you would have to do that as like a miserable foam suit that somebody would hate to be in at all times, or it'd just be a complete CGI and I would hate it.
That's why animated in some way would work.
Yeah, animated stuff is way more interesting to me at this point. If I were to even pursue something like that, but again, I'd rather just keep it separate and legitimately just write like grindhouse movies that can be shot for a reasonable budget, not this like fucking $10 million movies and shit like that people are wasting money on constantly.
Well, yeah, you get these films that have a $250 million budget, and it's called a box office failure. When it makes 400, there's a problem.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That's
Yes,
That's
thank you,
just
Tyler. I was waiting. I was like, everyone wait for Tyler to catch up.
yeah,
Patrick.
that's like the projections machine though. That's like Disney's whole thing and what streaming has done for people now, because companies think like everything should be hitting these insane numbers when new records are made, like not realizing that it's because of quality movies, not just because people like innately love movies. That's why like the slasher boom I always thought was such a weird, interesting fluke, because for a while it really was like, oh, you just need to hop on the slasher train and make one, and they make a ton of fucking money. And then that sort of petered off after like 10 years in the 80s. But it really was just like printing money for a while, where you could just like drop like $400,000, $500,000, make some ridiculous movie in like a couple of weeks and release it in a bunch of drive-in theaters and make a shitload of money.
We got to hurry up and make as many of these as possible. They're going to start making laws about teenage girls being naked on set and stuff. And, we want to get ahead of the curve.
All of a sudden, sex for a job is going to be having this weird new R word. The old Hollywood economy is going to be a thing of the past. What do you mean, Hollywood economics? You got to stop calling it that.
Well, it's supply and demand.
What side is Rose McGowan on with that now? Changes like weekly.
Well, no, she's just at the point where she's on whatever side people label her. I don't say that as pro or against her, but she just goes out and says stuff, and then people are like, "Oh, she's this now."
She's intense.
She talked to Fox. She's alt-right now.
Yeah, right.
You're like, well, she was talking to him about like important stuff. Nope.
Rose McGowan, part of the alt-right pipeline.
Yep.
We should have known she had a shaved head for years.
Anyone ever seen Rose and Richard Spencer in the same room?
Same person.
Rose
someone on
McGowan
the
backwards is alt-right white supremacist?
There's someone on the internet like, well, actually, and they have like 40 photos of them somehow in the same room at some weird event.
Someone takes her name, makes an anagram. Trump?
He never left Twitter. He just became Rose McGowan.
Me too. Me too.
Oh, I tell you, I would never shave my hair that short.
That's amazing. I'm Trans McGowan.
Is Trump
now.
a Kennedy now?
I know that was.
All
I was doing a
right.
pretty decent one earlier, and then it just came out all chowdo.
Yeah, that got away from me real quick.
I was Me
God,
Too. It was the worst Me Too that
A
ever
little bit of
happened of all Me
chowder
Too's.
stuck in my throat.
Let me do my Trump warm-ups. China. There we go.
Chinese a virus. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean that.
Shane Gillis is actually a really good Trump.
Really
I was
got-
impressed.
Got
Yeah.
way too hard into character there.
Got
I
way
am
too hard while he was in
sweating.
character there.
It's in here.
Oh, he's trumping. Oh, he's trumping hard.
Trumping.
Someone fire him.
Oh, he's got a maggot in his pants right now.
Make my pants great again.
My
Mike
pants were
Pence?
always great.
No, my pants, damn it.
Yeah.
Making pants tight again.
What's that guy up to now? Jeez.
Mike Pence? I think
Yeah,
he's writing a book.
Did he get kicked off of Twitter? God, that's got to be a rough read.
How to be the actual first
It's
gay
called-
vice president?
Mother, tell your children not to walk my way. We find out Pence is a huge Danzig fan.
Pence is Danzig. He just shaved his mutton chops off.
Yes, my name is Michael Glenn Danzig Pence.
Trumper.
Tell your insurrection not to come down my hall.
He's gonna release a whole album about gay and
Tell him I don't like Kamala. Oh, Trumper.
Yeah,
There's a
what's
song
Trump
about
gonna
getting
do when he-
yelled at live at Hamilton.
What's Trump gonna do for a VP next time he runs? Now that Pence is horrified of him.
Oh, what's his name? That was his lawyer buddy from New York.
Oh, Giuliani.
Giuliani.
Yeah, Giuliani.
We live in a cartoon. It's awesome.
I know I say it as a joke, but it's like you very well could. Like,
Anybody else tired? All the time.
Wow. That's the kids, man.
no, we do better, so we're not tired.
Good.
Build back better.
Kids just sucking the life out of you.
Politics with Death Curse.
That's right.
Yeah.
What if Pence was gay?
What if? Sure.
I feel like we could bring progressives and Republicans together against
Yeah.
us.
And,
That's really-
and hating us.
Yeah. We give them something to mutually hate together, and we bring this country back together. I say, God damn it, we save
It's
them
Antifa and Proud Boys out front. We're like, what the hell?
We're doing it, guys. We're bringing the world together. Just keep being idiots.
all. Gotta say, it feels like we're really making a difference lately.
These rocks really hurt.
Yeah, getting bottled to death. At least we can say we tried. What does that even mean?
Usually the morning after these streams, my wife's usually like, "So how did it go last night?" Just tomorrow, I'm like, "I think I'm done in comics. I think it's over."
I'm ready to be a complete working man.
We might also have to move.
Is Jeff typing?
No, I'm tapping. Morse code for help.
Jeff just stopped drawing his searching Pornhub. Who's that artist at Marvel that uses porno all the time as reference?
Land?
I was gonna say, is that Greg Land? That guy rocks.
More like Greg Hand, if you know what I mean.
Whoa.
Yeah, right.
Hey.
A land job.
That's what it should be called when he swipes. It should be called a land job. That's brilliant.
Oh,
Spencer's playing the
you can totally-
xylophone?
Oh, that?
Yeah.
That's my. I forgot that that's the noises you make when you traditionally ink. It's my brush in the water jar.
That's the sounds of real inking.
This is the sound of a real man inking.
Ryan's triple threat. Inker, xylophone player. Back in my day, you couldn't just ink.
Yeah, it's like being a vaudeville performer. You gotta have all kinds of skills.
Ventriloquist and comic book inker.
You even had to figure out what to do. You had to figure out what to do with a pud once in a while. The things I had to do to land a gig.
Many a land job there.
Isn't he the one who hacked up Tristan Jones recently?
Do what? Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. No, it wasn't him. It was it Salvador LaRocca?
Salvador was another one, though. I thought Greg originally did the Alien cover.
But LaRocca also did Alien.
I think he did the interiors, though.
Okay. So it's a book.
That's
full
funny,
of
though, if
swipers.
they both swiped it from him. That's amazing. God damn, dude.
Well, you're forgetting Greg Horn, because that entire Emma Frost miniseries in like 05 was Jenna Jameson photos.
That might be the one I'm thinking of specifically, yeah, because it was like egregious porno shots.
Yeah.
She has stuff on her face in every image.
Oh,
Like, what's up with that?
It's like her
you guys
O
said
face.
I was bad. Come on.
Yeah, it's like her
It's
O face
stuff.
and she's sweating everywhere.
You
Like,
know what the stuff is.
What is it, Jeff? What's the stuff?
Well, it's a movie.
Side matter.
It's a movie about
I'm
the stuff that kills people.
side matter. The batter of all things human. We call that coulda-beens. Just pure silence.
I'm outraged right now.
Yeah.
Too far, guys.
I'm drawing John Carpenter right now.
Drawing John Hancock.
Cranking to the oldies. My favorite.
Anyone else thinking about that pud?
My work here is
Well,
done.
Now,
No. Yeah, I just remember hearing something where somebody said it looked like a green melted crayon, and I was like, all right, I'm tapping out on this.
God damn.
You
that's
got
what
Spencer
finally
to
broke
tap out,
Tyler.
and Tyler was trapped.
I don't like that. This is the new theme.
Yeah, and it was like concave. Which
Oh, look
is
at you
like
with
a girl the whole
geometry
time.
language.
to wrap your head around that is insane.
Ew.
Yeah, how dare you, ladies?
Whoa, your x-axis goes in. So I was trying to make it more geometric for Jeff.
Talk about
math core
pissing
now.
on my balls.
It's like I've had the CGI guys map out polygons all over it.
It also makes me
Welcome to
wonder.
Skinflute Ranch.
It also makes me wonder if when Tarantino cameoed in Planet Terror if his death scene was like a jab at Weinstein, because he literally has a melting green dick.
I told you not to put that in the movie.
Yeah.
You know what you have to do to make up for it.
Kiss it. Kiss the crayon.
It was actual footage of Weinstein, though, for that shot. He just filmed him in the bathroom.
Yeah, save on the budget. Weinstein didn't want to pay for it. What? I got one.
Production value.
What a nightmare that had to be walking into. Those poor girls. Those poor girls who desperately wanted work.
It's probably what it looks like after he yanks out the catheter.
Ugh.
Oof.
It's like a hot dog curling in.
Because there's no way. Yeah, there's no way he was using the restroom like normally.
Oh no, the descriptions and everything. That guy had to be carrying around like a bag of everything. He was gross. It's like, I gotta go puke. Give me like 10 minutes to purge this from my memory.
Oh, speaking of the Purge, there's that new one coming out soon.
Yeah, the Forever Purge.
Yeah.
That's not really what it's called.
Yeah, it is. And it's legitimately like the joke I made to Beth after the last one finished. I was like, we got to stop watching these. The only logical step next is the Forever Purge. And then that trailer came out and I was like, holy shit. I showed it to Beth and we were both dying laughing because they straight up went for it. And they did like exactly what you would expect is like the whole political angle of the last one because the like Trump allegory got killed. All the Trump supporter stand-ins are angry and decide not to listen to the rules when the purge ends. And it's just like angry white people going out and killing people after the purge.
I didn't see the newest one. I thought the first one was okay, but I really liked the second one a lot. The one with Frank Grillo. I thought that one was really good.
He's in a couple, so I don't know which one you're talking about.
The second one was like his first appearance where like I think it's like his daughter or wife or somebody got killed in the previous one, and he's going out to get revenge.
Oh, he's out for vengeance? Yeah, in the latest one, I think he's like the security guard for the Democrat president.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one.
Presidential candidate, and they leaned like really into the politics, and that's what Forever Purge is like a direct sequel to that, I guess.
Just what everybody wants out of the Purge.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, thank God.
Yeah, it really leaned into all of that.
Yeah, it's not your mother's purge. Excuse me. I'm hiccuping over here like a drunk. Too much Coca-Cola.
I like how all my movie directors look like they snatch kids.
That's a great description.
Hey kids, get in my car.
Get into my car and take some roofies.
Yeah. Look at my green crayon.
Jeff, we're live. You're not supposed to make those kind of offers.
Yeah,
Shoot,
dude.
I can't stop hiccuping. Damn it.
Are you a
Ryan's
hobo
old-timey
from a
drunk.
Ryan's old-timey drunk. That 1900s drunk.
There were literally bubbles came out of my mouth and floated up.
Are you trying to jump a train later tonight to get to the next town? Do you have a bindle of beans?
Oh, I got a bindle. Oh, I got a
Bindle
bindle.
of beans.
Oh,
I got a sack and a stick.
A bindle of beans.
That's right.
Just out of the can.
Cans beans. Yeah.
I'm hammered.
A bindle of cans.
Just a wet beans in a bindle.
I do feel like Death Curse would have a series of our own like symbols we would carve into the posts, the fence
Yeah,
posts of the
our own
house.
hobo symbols.
Old
Just a bunch of
Railroad
dicks.
Ryan.
Dicks pointing in different directions. It's dicks with no balls or balls with no dicks.
Puds.
What do they all mean? Nothing. They're just funny.
Puds mean avoid at all costs.
Yeah, exactly. Or you'll have to work. It's a pay to play situation.
What does gravy wine mean? It means the best place ever.
Yeah. You're never gonna want to leave, kid.
Did you guys ever
Gravy-
read that book, Rock Candy Mountain? It came out a few years ago. I can't remember.
Sounds
Who
like
did
a
it?
sex trafficking operation.
No, apparently
Operation
Rock
Rock
Candy
Candy
Mountain is
Mountain.
this guy. It's about a hobo. He's like a fighting hobo. But I was listening to
Those are the best kind.
yeah. I was listening to a conversation with the guy that wrote it and drew it, and I can't remember his name, so sorry. But apparently, there's like a whole mythology that hobos have about this Rock Candy Mountain, and there's some old timey song about it. And I was listening to him describe it. I was like,
Oh, the Big
This-
Rock Candy Mountain?
That
Yeah, I
sounds
was like-
like a sex with kids thing.
the fact that there's like a whole culture here. I'm like, I know this is interesting. I don't personally care, but I know that this is an interesting thing. But I never knew that there was a whole like, I don't know, world there that had its own
Doesn't
mythology.
that end up being like 90% of Under the Silver Lake?
don't know
I
what
feel
that
like
means.
Tyler is just watching bum fights. It's
Yeah,
oh,
it
it
was
was
a-
wonderful.
He told me
story.
the tale of two.
It was a comic book, I swear.
He told me the tale of two men who fought for a steak sandwich from McDonald's.
I was standing
Only to
outside
lose
at
it to a
McDonald's.
rat and a pigeon.
You mean Pigeon Joe?
You know, guys, this is what I had to offer tonight. This is all it was.
It was magnificent.
No, I like that your observation of these things sometimes. It makes you sound like you're like an alien from another planet. You're like, no, I understand. To a human, this could be interesting. Now, I was just watching it because it was on, and I'm learning about being a human myself.
It's a comic book. It was a comic book, I swear. It's by the guy who did Sex Castle.
Well, that sounds
Whoa.
even more incriminating.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I've been meaning to pick up Sex Castle. Kyle Starks, right?
Yes, thank you. There it is. He's a person that exists and makes comics.
Way to not.
Whose
be
real
helpful,
name is
Spencer.
Tyler Wentland.
Yeah.
Buy my book.
I mean, I get what you're saying because I think Tyler just explains things that way because he doesn't get out much, but it's always comes from this hilarious, like wholesome place, like Jeff. Whereas I think Tyler is legitimately like wholesome through and through. Where Jeff
But
is like
I just like
faking
that
it.
Jeff is the,
I'm faking
he's the
it.
counterpart.
Yeah. Jeff's faking it when deep down we know Jeff is really a fucking absolute heathen.
That's funny.
Yeah, you hear him giggling all maniacally.
You hear the giggle of the fallen angel there?
So yeah, everybody, Rock Candy Mountain, Kyle Starks, he made a book. There it is.
Rock Candy Mountain does sound like a sex with kids thing, though. Like,
I don't know. I didn't read the book, so I don't think it is.
yeah, it's like you get to the book finally, and it's like hobo lore where they're like, yeah, you can just marry a child up on Rock Candy Mountain.
I'm like, oh shit, I should be
I did not
canceled.
want this book.
Why
Written
did
by
you make
Jeffrey
it like
Epstein.
this?
Oh.
Yeah, you recommended it to our audience.
When your girlfriend's getting too old and you need a new place to go. It's a big rock candy mountain.
Ugh.
Is horrible.
I feel dirty now.
Yeah, like a hobo. I almost said like a homo. That would have been bad.
So you said it.
I really like Jeff like that. No hobo.
I just spit all over my page.
Freudian
Oh my!
slip. I'm
God.
sorry.
I just spit all over my page.
This is
Would have been bad, but good thing I didn't say this thing I just said. Perfect.
I like
like
Tyler's
that as a new
impersonation of
Jeff.
you. It's like the little dog from Looney Tunes.
That's right.
I'll put him up. You put him up. I'll kick your butt.
But I didn't say it, so it's not so bad.
Yeah, I held it together. Whew. Again, thanks for coming on tonight, guys. It's been a great time.
Who are you talking to?
All of you guys.
Oh.
Shelby especially. I don't know if he knew what he was walking into.
We're all canceled down here.
You don't need careers where we're going. That's gonna be my. I'm gonna just keep using that reference for the rest of the time. You don't need new references where we're going.
Yeah, down
Alright,
here
that-
you can really beat a
that
joke to
killed it.
death.
That killed it. Even I'm done now.
He's in the thick of it now. Had that circle template out.
Yep. I hate using templates, French curves. They bother me. They're too perfect. All the rest of my work is messy, and then you have that one perfect line, right?
I don't know what perfect lines are.
Yeah, I'm always pretty selective with it because I like clean tech, but I like a natural line. So there's always I'm always playing a game with it basically. I never fully got into going full freehand on stuff. I used to be so jealous of Victor Olazaba. He used to go full freehand over Angel Medina on Spawn, like all his buildings, and he had this cool sketchy way that he did it. Almost the way Dave Johnson did like his Stitch Girls, where the line, you're just kind of playing with that sketch line that you have with pencil, but making it deliberate with ink. And it was so cool. It was way cooler than Danny, Allen, and I were making it look with rulers. Like, we were doing a good job, and it looked great, and it was pro, but there was something about the way Victor did it freehand that was just gnarly and cool and energetic, so the buildings felt alive almost. I don't know.
Yeah, that's how I felt when I would watch. Really was just Danny, but Danny used to come in and do the. He would throw knots at the end of all his lines, like a lot of them, and it just kind of gave it a little more energy. And who else does that a lot? Two of them is Joe Weems does that quite a bit, where it's like if it's just a bunch of deadlines, he'll come in and throw knots and maybe even break them up, right, and throw little tick marks at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And Matt Banning, Bat does that quite a bit too. But I feel like Joe takes a little more artistic freedom, where I think Bat just kind of he stylizes everything that you gave him, but he doesn't really add to it,
Yeah, and I always liked that they had a similar juiciness to their line, but Joe tended to angle out things and make harsh corners, and Bat would find a smoother approach, but yet they both you looked at them and they both had this equal awesome oomph to them. But still had their own approach.
Banning always had that. What's funny is there's a lot of Marvel work that he did before Mark hired him, and he would sign Banning. So he did a bunch of stuff, I think, on who was a penciler over there who went to work for Todd, Dwayne Turner. He did a bunch of he was inking a bunch of stuff on the some early Deadpool book. It might have been X-Force, but it was Deadpool centric stories, and you could already see it developing there, kind of that style he was doing. And I think as soon as he got into Top Cow, it sort of his own thing, plus the fusion of the studio style, he kind of just evolved.
Yeah, it was some of my best possessions are still Xeroxes I got when I was at Top Cow, just a bat over Mark. Like just looking at those, they're still so inspiring. Just to even get you to draw or ink, like they're just creatively.
Yeah, I miss
inspiring.
how fucking awesome Top Cow used to be in general. Like,
Oh yeah, it was always the most awesome of everything.
fucking over the top Mark, man.
Yeah, I mean, definitely over the top.
Cool ass ideas that he never fully sees through, but goddamn, are they cool? Like, what's going on with that fucking Batman book they announced like 3 years ago?
You mean 10 years ago?
Is that coming out?
No, he's still working on it. That was,
Don't be silly.
he was. I was shown pages to that book. I was shown here. I can tell you exactly when he started working on it, and then you could do that. You could look it up and see how long. I do think it's almost a decade though. So I was shown pages to it on someone's phone who works over there, and
so that was probably just something to like excite investors at the time to show that DC wasn't completely fucking dead, because that was like a San Diego Comic-Con announcement in like 2016 now.
Yeah, no, everybody knew he was working on it. That's between him and Jim Lee. That was him and Jim. So I don't know how that's gonna work now, but back when I was showing
Jim even there still?
Yeah. Back when I was showing the pages, he was only, what they say, 5 pages deep. But he was working on that when they did. Do you remember that Cyberforce Kickstarter, where like it was a bunch of covers by Mark, and then the interiors were like just whoever, but Mark was doing the covers for them.
Yeah.
So if you look that up, that's exactly when he started working on that book.
Yep.
That's wacky.
And yeah, but from what I heard, it's supposed to be 6 books, and we had our Extreme reunion 3 years ago, and he was only 3 books finished out of the 6, and that was already, I think, I want to say 7 years.
Busy being a fucking cool guy.
It's just, I don't know. I don't think it's ever going to come out.
Yeah. It's like the worst Batman book ever made. That'd be the funniest. Like, the art kicks ass, but the story is horrible.
It's like
Well,
Chinese democracy.
The pages that I have seen, I haven't seen any of them online, and I asked for copies and I got denied. But some are better than others. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, and I'm a huge Mark fan. Like, I love everything he does. But some of the stuff I was like, it's interesting, you know.
Yeah, they had like some promo pages, but it looked like stuff Mark just like threw together really quickly, so they had something to show. And it was just like Batman like walking through a sewer, and it all looked great, but it was just like pencils. And again, like after you see the guy like draw a page and like just like sketching and stuff, and you know what he's capable of, it's weird. It's like all the time he's been off, I can't think of anything substantial he's been doing, but I don't like follow his career endlessly. It's just weird that you get to that point with comics and you're just like, I'm good. I thought he'd be like another Todd McFarlane where he'd just be enterprising the shit out of everything. Maybe Top Cow does better than I think it does, but yeah, the new stuff seems to kind of be like floundering is the best way to describe it. I don't even know if they're still printing new stuff. I mean, like the newest stuff.
They're doing Kickstarter collections on everything now. You gotta.
Oh, so just old stuff.
They just did the Witchblade one, but you gotta. I mean, they pulled 6 figures on the Witchblade one. And
Oh yeah, they're going to.
The Cyberforce one hasn't even come out yet. The Darkness one.
You're basically doing prestige editions of like back issues that people desperately want.
Yeah, and I think their golden egg is the Cyberforce stuff, because you have, you got Dave, you got everybody on it. You got Mark, you got Dave Finch, you got and that's coming. So
I loved Cyberforce, Darkness. What was it? Hunter Killer, which I know Ryan inked on a bit. That was actually really funny. That was one of the early ones where, like, meeting Ryan and talking to him, I was like, really weird. I'm starting to notice your name in a bunch of fucking books I own.
I wish I knew all the books that Ryan didn't work on, so I could just list them. Like, I really love, Cyberforce, and then Ryan's just like looking at, I didn't work on that one either. What the hell?
I thought it was really funny when Todd did that Spawn issue, honoring all the inkers and colorists and stuff that worked on the books, and Ryan was the smallest name on the cover. That was a really funny one.
I was just surprised they spelled it right.
Yeah, spelled it right and even put you on it.
That's because
more. I was so surprised I was even on there. Because I don't know, Todd wouldn't remember me from Adam. I only met him a bunch of times and worked for them for 5 years, and he's never, ever remembered me, even by name. So I was just so surprised that my name made it on there. Now if they just sent me some of my original art.
We're all set.
Sorry.
4 minutes to 11, Tyler.
All right.
I can guarantee that I'm not on there, and neither is Robert Hedden. And we were on that book for what, 33 through 38, I think.
That was when me and Ryan were talking about it in DMs. We were like, there's certainly a bunch of names left off of this.
There's tons. You even had pages that were worked on by Scott Williams. You got pages that were worked on by at meetings, right? Like when they'd have meetings, he'd bring pages with them, and then people would jump in. You got Liefeld, Larson, all these people were putting a hand on the page.
Fucking insane.
Yeah.
What issue was that one with all the credit on?
You guys are literally like my childhood drug dealers. It's the weirdest thing.
You had a childhood drug dealer?
Yeah, it was the dudes who made all the fucking muscle era comics I grew up on.
And the dudes made all the meth.
Yeah.
I'm still
Crystal
muscle.
Yeah, dude.
I'm still slinging the muscle. That's
all these years. Evidently,
steroids. I got you covered.
Yeah, we all need to get into the slinging frog game. Who knew that was going to be $1 million hustle?
What Spawn cover was that?
It's a gecko.
Yeah. Yeah, the dude you just get completely sued out the ass by EBS. Say hello to Cyber Toad.
It's called Android Gecko,
which I think someone has already done. Android Gecko, Jesus. Yeah, just we're hitting all the amphibians. Robo Tadpole. It's a tadpole. It's not quite a frog yet, but it's got the mind of a child and the muscles of a giant robot android. Just like a tadpole drooling on itself. The tail locked into a giant mech. Tomahawk. Yeah, that character rocks. Somebody's gonna steal that.
I'm looking at you, Tyler.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. Just a fishbowl with a tadpole in it. And the fishbowl is the head of this giant mech that beats tons of ass.
You know what? I'm going to trust you guys on this one. I'm going to do it.
Eating glue doesn't count, Spencer. Oh, man.
I'm surprised Marvel hasn't ripped it off and just turned Toad into some sort of cable crossover looking thing.
Oh, that would be absolutely amazing if they did that. Like, we're probably not that far. I feel like that's when we know that they've completely conceded and like admitted defeat all around, and they're just like, yeah, we need to ape it now and have our own. Oh my god.
It's like when I remember working at Extreme, and there was every other title out of DC was the extremity of this. Superman went extreme. They would throw the word extreme on everything, but all they were doing was like shit talking the studio, right? And it was just bizarre. So I was like, they're literally trying to capitalize on what they're.
Yeah, you shit on the competition
Yeah.
while also
Mhm.
trying to do what works for them, while also completely missing the point and not understanding.
Yeah, there. No one remembers this, but if you look up Herb Trent, right? You look his work up in the '90s. They literally told him you have to draw like Rob. Like his work in the '90s is like someone who is seasoned that doesn't understand how to draw like Rob, trying to draw like Rob. It was bizarre. It was super bizarre. And,
Yeah, that house style and everything, like trying to emulate anyone is always gonna be absolute fuckery. And it's kind of what's like completely hindered comics in recent years. Like Marvel isn't even really adhering to that anymore, and DC is, but the stories are all very bland and boring. Like I don't even know what is it now, like Future State that's going on, or Fear
Yeah.
State. It was
Hey, I'm gonna
Future
tap
State.
out, guys.
Okay, buddy.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh no, it's all
No,
good.
later, Tyler.
Good
That's
night.
what you got to do.
Later,
Learned a
dude.
lot of things that I'll never unlearn, and I appreciate that. Jeff,
Did we get into pocketing?
Let him go. Let him
I'm out
go.
of here.
Next
Later,
time.
dudes.
You're a
Bye.
lawyer, Tyler. You took it. You dealt with it.
Bye.
Take it easy, champ. Yeah, I don't know anymore. Like it's the I kind of lost my train of thought, but the big two are kind of stupid now. I think me and Ryan were talking about it this week. How DC has that whole like writing program for fostering new writers. Where I don't know if he still runs it, but for a while Scott Snyder was running it. And you would like do like writing camps and learn how to write under him and like how DC writes comics. And I think that is like one of the worst things you could possibly do is force every writer you induct to learn from one writer because they're popular for you guys. That sort of just innately homogenizes the overall voice coming through there.
Right.
Like, what's the point of finding any new exciting talent at that point if you're going to immediately bring them in and be like, the way you've been doing it is wrong, and this is the way we want you to do it? Like, that's like when I heard about Marvel telling like Todd and Rob and all those dudes not to like break like panel borders and shit back in the day. Is like, what the fuck? Like, it's like,
Well,
you guys have to
some
build
of that-
furniture, but you're only allowed to use these two tools.
Yeah, but some of that's nonsense. I know they perpetrate it, but I don't think that's 100% correct. They were already doing
A
it.
little bit
they
kayfabe
were-
going on.
Yeah, they were already doing that when they were working at DC, and you know that Larson was working at DC, and he did his own Sideways book before Rob did, and people were saying like, oh, Rob, he kind of did the same with Hawk and Dove Sight, and it's like, well, Eric Larson did it on, what was it, Legionnaires?
Yeah, he did one where doesn't it like fully rotate as you go, kind of like you're tripping.
You gotta literally, you gotta turn the book as you're turning the pages.
Yeah, no, I like Larson
Yeah.
used to be like one of the like peak dudes for me, and then I found him on social media and was like, oh my god, like,
Oh yeah,
fuck?
I got rid of him. I got rid of him.
he's one of the most toxic people to follow on. I don't know what he's like in real life. He might be a real cool dude, but like his social media is like insanely just malicious in every way possible.
That's like every comic pro now, though.
He made it a fucking art form, dude. When he used to be one of like, I still have like early Savage Dragon issues just in like a short box. That's like this is my shit I love looking at. And like, if I'm about to draw, I'll just flip through a couple of random books that I love and get all excited for it. And it's like, I still have like, I have a bunch of random Savage Dragon issues. And then like the Savage Dragon issue that fucking Jim Lee did back in the day.
Yeah.
Like Larson used to be one of my favorites. He did a hilarious Punisher one that has a mistake in it where in the rear view shot, the Punisher has the bazooka in his opposite hand when you see it in the mirror of the car, and it's like a continuity error, and it was always like hilarious to me because I recognized it when I was a kid, and that was one of the few laughs I got when I followed him on Twitter was he had brought that issue up that he had done in the Punisher for Marvel and told a whole story about how editorial didn't notice until it went to print and how that shit used to be like really common back in the day, I guess.
I don't think, maybe, but there was one that my buddy caught in a I think it was a Norm Brayfogle issue of Batman Detective Comics, where Batman's talking to this guy and the guy's in the shower, and then Batman on his way out flushes the toilet, and the guy's in the shower screaming, "It's cold, it's cold." And we were just like, what? Like, no, when you flush a toilet, it gets scalding hot. Like, it didn't make any sense.
Oh my God.
It's bizarre. So then, so we're like, it just wasn't funny after that. Like, okay.
Like a rich guy, like, I heard this happens when you flush the toilet in a poor house. Like,
right.
You got it half right. Like,
yeah, he's sitting there writing it on his bidet.
I guess I'm gonna ink a Kubrick now. I feel like I need to go stand outside. It's fucking. So since we're moving in like 4 days, we didn't want to start like putting air conditioners in the windows at our apartment. We're just gonna get everything set up at the new house. But we just got hit with an ungodly heat wave in Connecticut after it being like 60 degrees for the last month. It's been like beautiful spring temperatures. And then the last couple of days, it's been like 85, 90 degrees. And that's is that
hot there?
No, that's just the start of summer, but it was a hot leap from it not being warm at all. Basically being hoodie weather, like all through winter too. Like we didn't get snow this winter, which was really fucking weird. I kept making like weird, like government weather control jokes that my girlfriend hates because I think she's starting to think I'm like actually a conspiracy theorist. But yeah, it was like COVID happened and we got hit with no snow this year at all. Like,
Beth in the chat, let us know if he's going crazy or not.
Yeah, right. She always wakes up to me working in the middle of the night looking like an insane person, so it's probably hard for her to gauge it any given day. It's like I write my best stuff at like 2 a.m. till sunup, which is like not a great habit.
Oh, you'll be fine. I'm going on year 28 at this point, and I'm work until 4 a.m.
Oh yeah, man. You'll like my posts on Twitter when it's like 2 or 3 my time. Like I'm like, oh shit. Like, and then there's been a couple of times where I've been up and it's like past sunrise and you're liking tweets of mine. I'm like, it's like 4 a.m. on the West Coast.
Well, I think it's funny that people always think that those of us that work late at night, I'm sure it's the same for you, Shelby, that like they're like, oh, you don't sleep. And you're like, no, I just sleep at a different time than you. Yeah. I don't not Pretty sleep.
Much. Yes.
I mean,
yes.
I sleep less than a lot of people, but...
Oh, I've been doing it wrong.
Yeah, I black out in the middle of the day.
Like I had a friend who'd always be like, "Oh, how'd late you stay up last night?" I'm like, "What does that matter? I still slept for 6 hours." Like,
Yeah, Jeff's the one who's going to do irreparable damage to his body because he's just like, I'm just going to stay up overnight now. I've already been up too long. He's like not making sense in DMs. I'm like, you should probably just go to sleep. Maybe. Oh, Big Rich, what's up? Oh, it's not the
I'm the
government.
one feeding
it's the
Spencer all the
Freemasons.
conspiracies about the weather.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, the clouds are looking at me.
Monsanto.
You guys hear that?
Cause I felt it.
I'm sweating my dick off. So what, are we just going to do the Army of the Dead podcast episode on Sunday?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. I got to do that auction right after, too. So if we can, we should probably try and record the podcast a little early that night. If you guys are possibly available for that. Shelby, we should get you on sometime for an interview with Kayla that isn't so reckless either. I'm sure she would love to interview you. She's just not here tonight because it's her boyfriend's birthday. It's probably for the best with it being your first time on. She has a tendency to not take no for an answer with questioning pros.
What's more important, comics or family? Make a choice.
Yeah. Fool. That's what we keep telling her.
But this is a family.
Yeah, do you want to make comics or do you want to have a life?
We live our life one brushstroke at a time.
Whoa, Jeff's getting into it.
Oh, you have no idea. Look at this guy.
I've been into you for so long.
Standing victorious.
I'm literally the lone survivor now of working
the
on this
castle in
comic.
the background.
This 20,
Kevin's probably got a
24-hour
finished comic that none of us have seen. Who fucking knows with that dude? He penciled 9 pages the first day and then never showed back up. Quite possibly the most hilarious part of this entire ordeal.
Oh, easily.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get some more water because I'm sweating it out like a hooker.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in just a bit. I gotta go pick up Thai food for dinner.
Oh yeah, I forget it's still like a reasonable hour where you guys are. It's just getting into my like the crispy work hours, so I'm gonna keep going for a bit. You guys are welcome to hang out as long as you want, but I need to step away for a minute and refill while I still have you guys here to carry me.
All right, Jeff, take it away with other phallic tales of gross
More
people in
penis.
Hollywood.
But I'm drawing now. It's hard to think about that stuff when I'm drawing.
More
Oh.
Hollywood pee-pee.
I promise you that it is. You're not alone in feeling that way. It was hard to draw while you were talking about this earlier.
Everybody complains, and then you get into it.
Hey, Shelby, what kind of erasers are you using these days?
The white ones. Hold on, let me see. Let me see here. I only use these ones here. So I use the these tough stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I do. I love tough stuff.
There was another brand that went out. I guess it went out of business, and these guys bought it. Do you remember they used to have the ones with like the really fat eraser on them? But there was the same. It was the same white. The same white rubber there. Yeah, and then see, I don't even know now. I peeled the paper off, but the whatever the blue logo is, it's usually paper that's just a little bit sticking out, and then the rest is like white and blue with the blue logo.
Statler Mars or whatever.
Yeah. Those are the ones. Those are ones I use. I have an electric one. I have an electric one too, but I don't feel like it really works well. I don't know. I've used it on some stuff, and I'm like, I just feel like it's just spreading pencil dust. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm having some trouble because I just finished off the last eraser of a box of those same white ones you have there, like the Statler Mars ones, the big wide ones though. That I had this box for like 15 years or something. Bought it years ago at Sterling Art when they were still around, and just finished the last one. And then I bought new ones, and they were like a different material, and they're like squeaking over the ink all weird, and I don't know. I was like, I don't know if it's these ones specifically or what.
That's funny you say that because same thing. I have a tackle box that has supplies in it from 20 something years ago, and I just ran out of erasers. So I went on Amazon, and I mean, luckily these are the right ones. But I did see other ones that are like, they look like it, but they're not, I read the comments in there, and then you'll see there's people that are like, I'm a comic book pro, and it's like someone you never heard the name of before, right?
Yeah.
But they tell you their review. They're like, oh, these things they're not like the whatever brand, and they start dropping knowledge, or like, this is the SKU, the one you want.
Yeah, because I gotta try different stuff because you never know, like, what works for someone doesn't work for you. Because like I started trying this like Caran d'Ache one by Technic. That's like a yellowy transparent one, and it seems to work great for certain inks, and then other inks, no matter how many days I've let the page sit, it ends up smearing the black onto the white. And but other inkers like were totally like, oh, this is the best eraser ever. So I was like, okay, so I'm using a different ink probably, and there's for some reason it's not working the same for me. So I'm
that's how I feel about anytime I see an artist like Dave Finch or somebody using a pocket brush and doing a lot of line art. I have yet to find a pocket brush, a Pentel pocket brush that doesn't smear when I'm erasing it. I don't know. It's something about the ink within that pen, but everyone else is like, oh, it doesn't do that for me. And I'm like, which one are you buying? Because I have like 5 different pocket brushes, and they all do the same thing.
Yeah, same. I got your back there. It sounds like Jeff might too.
Yeah, that happens to me every time. I have to wait forever if I'm using the Pentel ink that comes with it. I had to wait like the next day almost to be able to erase it.
Right. And I'm impatient, man. I just want it done.
Well, and we were trained to erase and move on, erase and move on.
Right. Yep.
Not this like, oh, wait patiently for the ink to dry. It's like, get out of here. I'll erase around the wet ink and I'll get this shit done.
Yep.
I'm doing that right now. I filled in this black on this character's cape I'm working on this cover, and that's the only wet spot. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go around and erase the rest of the board while I wait for that to dry.
It's funny.
But I'm usually not in a hurry anymore. But this was a piece a friend asked me to ink for a store variant they're doing, and I was like, oh yeah, sure, send it my way. And they sent it like 2 months ahead of time. So I was like, oh, I'll get to this in a couple weeks. I was still going to stay ahead of it. And then just before you know it, he was like, hey, I'm ready to color that this weekend. I'm like, oh, okay, crap. So it does kind of feel good to have a deadline pressure again, where I don't usually have that the same anymore. So it was kind of fun to have that moment of like, oh, I got to get this done. Ooh.
Right.
Exciting.
Drinking so much water lately.
What do you think Image would have been like if the creators still had to keep the deadline? Because that was what happened. Was they were all making millions of dollars that first 2-3 months, and then they were like, I'll draw when I feel like it, and then 4 months later you're getting book 3 and 4, right? I always kind of wonder that, especially with Keone, because Pitt was like every 8 months you got a book.
And we knew he could draw faster because of the Hulk series. And not that granted, the Pitt series, there was much more detail and time put into that. But we kind of were all like, hey, we're used to seeing you a little more often. I don't know. I think I think if those guys were forced to stay on schedule for the money, I think we would have seen a lot of those guys step up to that. But I don't know who would have stepped up and who would have fallen off. You know, it's an interesting thought, though. I like this.
Jim Lee and Mark would have kept up.
Yes.
Here's my thought on that, though. If they today knew what the industry would become, I guarantee you all of them would have put out 50 more times the amount of books that they put out.
Oh, yeah, and they would have been going for, like, I want something that's going to be evergreen. Like, give me something that's going to be, I need that Barnes & Noble bookshelf version out there.
Yeah, because I think they all had that weird thing like this is just sales. This is what our sales are, and they got kind of used to it. And then they had that like initial like freak out. They're like, we got $1 million overhead because like Top Cow on the when they were out there on the promenade. The rent out there was like $1 million a month. It was stupid.
Oh my gosh.
And but I mean that's Extremes was even 6 figures a month.
That's
and
retarded.
So yeah, and
was that building right by the 5 and the 57, like right at the corner where the freeways meet?
it was right off. Yeah, it was right off Catella. We were in the Bank of California building, which was right next door to the Angel Stadium. Right next. It was like in the parking lot. Yeah.
Why wouldn't
I didn't ever go there, but I remember driving by with Danny a few times, and he'd always be like, "Over there, that's it, right over there." I'd be like,
why wouldn't you just buy a building in a reasonable place at that point? That's insane.
Because we were on the 10th floor, and Rob wanted to be able to look down on the peasants.
Look at all the paws down there.
We shared a floor with Image Central, so like the actual image office was literally right next door to Extreme, on the same floor, on the 10th floor, and then right above us was H&R Block headquarters.
Yeah, that's silly.
Weird mix.
Rob was like, "I will own you one day."
Yeah.
And now they're like, "Hey, buddy."
Yeah, I thought we told you to get off the property.
I'm looking for some originals that might have been left behind that are worth a fortune now.
Oh, we're using those as coasters here.
All that comic bullshit. Bunch of
Hey, guy, the nerds are back.
finance guys is like, oh sure, nerds.
I know they're still there making that money. all of us are like looking for work.
Yeah, whatever happened to those comic book dudes that moved into the financial district?
Right.
Yeah, weren't they making millions? And now people are like, do they still make comics?
Yeah, It's always fun having that conversation at like family parties and stuff.
No,
you write comics?
Right. What I get a lot is if someone finds out that I draw. Why does society do this? And I know that some of you have to have gotten this before. They find out that you illustrate or you worked in comics, and you probably explain it badly or whatever, but you're just like, it's not the funny papers, it's like superhero stuff, right? Why is the first response always, have you thought of going to work for Disney?
Oh, yeah. Oh.
I get that all the time.
It's been a while. I don't think I've met anyone new enough, like through family, so they all know better now. But that used to be really common.
Yeah.
Right. But there's this weird idea that like that's the pinnacle of working, right?
Oh yeah.
They're like, have
That's
you
what
been
I'm-
ripped off by a major corporation yet?
That's that like Endgame talk again, where everybody's like, "Oh man, I'd love to." That's why it'd almost be funny to hear like DC made an offer on Cyberfrog for Ethan. Not that I think like EVS would ever sell that property or anything, but that would be that like nail in the coffin moment of like, yeah, the industry was wrong. Like here we are now. They're trying to buy him out like they bought out Jim. Not that I think that would ever happen or anything, but like that desire to want to work for companies anymore, you should want them to want to be seeking you out, if anything. And like I've said, like I came into the industry really wanting to work for the big two and being like a dumb young kid. And then first experience with Marvel was like, well, that was enough for me. I'm just going to keep doing my own shit. It's way more rewarding for literally no hoops to jump through. It's insane. Like Marvel, I got a decent way with. I talked directly to CB Cebulski. He gave me his direct email to talk to him and had me pitch some stuff. Linked in every editor at Marvel, and after like 8 months, I still hadn't heard anything back, and was just like, "Fuck you guys." I don't have time to like wait around on maybes.
Yeah. I had some.
I like that you
similar
learned
happen.
so quick, though, Spencer. A lot of people, it's 10 years of that process.
Oh no, I don't waste
Mhm.
fucking time. You know me, dude. I'm like, if people want to meet me halfway and actually want to work on something, I'm gonna bust my ass. Like, it's the people who are like, oh, I want to make comics, but then they see the reality of what making comics is, and they don't want anything to do with it anymore, or they don't want to actually do the work. Like, I would kill to be working with a bunch of people who could crank out monthly books. That's not a reality for a lot of people now.
You know, the other thing with the big two is like, I would love to work, for Marvel or DC and work on all these characters that I've grown up with and love and everything, but I don't even recognize them anymore.
Oh yeah.
So like, even if I got that opportunity, I feel like it would be kind of demoralizing because I wouldn't be drawing, my Wolverine or my Superman or whatever. I'd be drawing this weird new stand-in character that I
That's
don't.
the thing too.
like,
Yeah, you're gambling on what weird ass version you're even going to be working on.
Mhm.
You don't know who you're going to be working with. That was
And you have to sell it like you love it.
yeah. When I found out about that part of the industry too, where like you can't really like call your shots for the most part and be like, this is the artist I want to work with on this book. I was like, well, this is fucking insane.
If I want a job, I'll go get a job.
Yeah, like hearing from people that it's very rare that like you pitch something and actually get the artist that you want and stuff like that. I was like, how do these ever even get fucking made, dude? Like, so I basically have to make a book with a stranger and communicate through my editor? Like, what the fuck?
And then people always think they're always surprised that like, oh, what was it like working with so and so and so and so and so and so? I'm like, I didn't work with any of these people. Like,
Yeah.
I worked with an editor.
No fucking
And-
idea.
Yeah, and like, oh, what were so and so scripts like? I'm like, I didn't read scripts for like 10 years. I'm an inker. What am I reading a script for? I don't care about the script. Unless it was someone I liked. If it was someone I liked, I'd be like, give me that script. It was rarely someone I liked.
Lately, I've been reading a bunch of screenplays and stuff, and it's like all old shit. I'm currently, right before I went live with you dudes tonight, I was reading through the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre script.
Page 1
Screams.
kills
Lots of
people with
yeah.
chainsaw. Page 24 kills more people with chainsaw.
Yeah, it's great.
Page 1, we're in Texas. Page 2, you see a chainsaw. Page 3, it's a massacre.
It's funny too because I think I'm setting my story in Texas, so it's gonna work out great.
Page 10 flashback.
We'll see where all that shit goes. Pull John Byrne and just do it. He penciled about 12 pages of X-Men that picks up where he left off on the book and then posted them online. Oh yeah, no, I don't even mean like don't even waste your time with fan comics at this point. Just fucking, unless you're doing it on like a Patreon like he's doing and you're making actual money off of it and people are digging it, then go for it. If
Wait, is he doing a Patreon for that? fan comic?
something. He does something like that where that's how he like makes the money to do it.
But wouldn't that be monetizing it then? Wouldn't that be like legal issues?
Sure.
It's whatever you want it to be, Jeff.
You could technically argue that the subscription on Patreon is to the overall thing, and that's just part of it.
I'm just worried about him because it's like
That's sort of.
I think it's awesome
loophole.
he's doing that thing, but it's like now that like if he's doing that, I feel like that's how they're gonna get him.
I mean, he's gonna die, and they're just gonna claim all that shit legally.
Oh, and then we'll never see it again.
No, we'll probably see it all released as one big book that they can profit off of. Like that is ideally probably what would happen is he'll pass away and Disney will just bury his estate over it. It's sad, but that's the reality of things. Like
I think what we're going to see is an artist edition from IDW collecting all of it as a here's the artwork, like maybe without any paste ups, like no text.
I'm shocked Marvel doesn't just fucking like buy it off of him and be like, here's the Marvel what if Burns never stopped doing X-Men.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they just did that with that Brett Booth book, that X-Men book, that 2-issue thing.
Oh yeah, I thought that was really funny. It just like picks up where Claremont's left off or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like filler books.
That's the whole thing too. I always think about that. Like, how many just like inventory books are just like buried that we're never gonna see?
That'd be a fun job to find them.
Yeah, dude, that's such a strange. Like, I thought that was the kind of shit cartoonist kayfabe was gonna be getting into. Was like that kind of stuff, because even like Frega's told me crazy stories of like inventory issues he's done that have never seen the light of day. And I was like, I feel like every artist has a story like that.
Dude, at Extreme, we had this giant drawer in the bullpen, and it was kind of like a I don't know if it was made for artwork, but it was like hella deep. There's probably a dozen drawers, and they were all super deep, and it was all original artwork. Like, it was packed with original artwork. And going through there, I made copies of almost everything, to be honest. There was something like, you remember, Rob was trying to put out a book based on Will Smith called The Mark.
I remember hearing about that. I didn't remember the name or anything. But
so the book was advertised several times.
Because that was after he was supposed to do something with Eazy-E, right? And Eazy-E like abruptly died.
I don't think that was actually going to happen, but he can spin it.
Okay.
he had no. As far as I know, that's just letting fans run with it, right? But with the Mark book, that actually materialized into him working with Jada Pinkett Smith on that book that Frege drew, where she's like an angel or something weird like that, right? To tie it to that like Evangeline universe. But with
remember that being a thing too. I did not know Frege drew that.
It was it was called Menace. So
oh my god.
Back to the Mark book. The Mark book was drawn by 3 different artists. Like, literally the same script drawn by 3 different artists throughout a couple of years. Like, he didn't like one iteration of it, so he's like, oh, so-and-so needs to draw it, and then someone else would draw it, and then someone else would draw it. And I think when I left Extreme, there was 3 or 4 different artists who literally did that entire first issue, and they were all in those drawers. And that book never came out, dude. Like, that book never came out.
That's insane.
He had 4 options. One of them was
issues.
It was Mark Parillo, who was working on a bunch of stuff right before Extreme dissolved. So it was Mark, Chuck Jones. You didn't see a lot of Chuck Jones, but Chuck was a bullpen guy forever.
Were you guys all like making a salary? Like, I never understood how the fuck
Those-
that worked.
Actually,
Okay,
I gotta
yeah.
leave right now. I'm sorry to interrupt, Shelby. This is super awesome, but I gotta go pick
you're
up our
good.
dinner
it's
and
all
stuff.
good, buddy.
So
Enjoy your Thai food.
I'll catch up with you guys later. Keep telling the awesome stories, Shelby. Sorry to interrupt, and I'll talk to you all later. Thanks, chat. Have a good
Take
night,
it easy,
everybody.
buddy.
Bye.
Yeah, I never understood like how
Yeah,
the
Mark-
fuck
Mark-
all that worked.
Mark Tyrolo and Chuck Jones definitely were two of the artists who completed that first issue, but all on their own. Like they both did the entire page 1 to 24 each.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like almost like a variant issue, which is fucking bonkers. Like we talked about that at one point, doing a challenge where like we pulled up like a short script and have like a bunch of different artists come on and hang out and draw the story, and like everybody draws it.
Right.
Like a 4-pager or something, just to show that like how vastly a script can change from artist to artist. But I have never heard of that with a whole issue. That's insane. Oliver, what is up?
Yeah, and there's our old roommate. We lived with Dietrich Smith and Pat Lee and Logan Libera, but Dietrich was working on some stuff for a Bad Rock book, and I feel like it was for. Do you remember there was a book called Bad Rock and Company by Todd Knock? Todd Knock was drawing it.
Yes.
So there was a follow-up.
Todd, actually.
Yeah, there was a follow-up book, and I'm pretty sure Dietrich was working on it, and he kept getting pulled off of it. They kept pulling him and giving him something else.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
were you guys just like salary at the bullpen?
I was salary for a few weeks, and then I was put on a page rate. Dietrich, Pat was making a crazy page rate. Andy
Because that's what I never understood, if it was like, did you have some sort of incentive with the page rate, or were you just like thrown on things like a job that week? Because I hear all these stories, like you were saying, how everybody would just ink on a page randomly during a meeting. Like you would hear stories like that, and I was like, so was everybody just like salary and just sort of working on whatever the fuck they wanted to? Like,
well, McFarlane used to bring pages because it was free work. Because he was just like, people will be happy that they get to work on my page, right? Or Capullo's page, actually. It wasn't even his art. So
what a cool bastard.
yeah, but
I wish I could just swing dick like that with my pencils, man. I gotta really get back into it at the house.
He's just inking over Carlo Barberi now, right? Is that how it works?
That crazy fucker like inks in cars and shit. Canadian bastard. Like just posting videos of him inking in the car and giggling. I'm like, this is insane. When you've gotten so rich, you genuinely just don't care anymore.
Yeah, a friend of mine, she was running Todd Toys for years, and she got pregnant and left. But she told me some stuff out there, like the way it is now. It sounds very assembly line-ish. So he's got people that come in and do a lot of stuff.
Handle like everything.
Even his toy designer is in-house now. Even.
Yeah, it's not the friendly hangout that it used to be.
No.
That was like the weird thing, being a kid through all of that and not understanding the lack of like business savvy like going on at the time. How like like a lot of the dudes were like fairly young and sort of stumbling through this success blindly, and like learning it as they went was like insane. Like I told Dan, like the fact that Dan considers me a friend now, and I can just like text that dude any fucking weird question when I want to is like insane. Like I grew up reading a bunch of your dude's books and fucking like.
I think Frank was always like that though, because he was like that with me when I was younger. When I was I was like 12. I think I was like 12 or something when I met him, which would have made him like 16.
Yeah, like he's a rad dude. I mean, I'm about to turn 31 in June, and I only met him like probably like 3-4 years ago now. But like genuinely, I've met fucking hundreds of pros, and there's very few of them who have ever even like talked to me like anything other than like a fan. And I met Dan, and Dan found out that I was a writer and was like immediately asking me about my shit and like trying to get his hands on it, and like treats you like one of his peers immediately, which is really cool, and not common in the industry. Or at least not from what I had experienced, especially dealing with the big two in Marvel. I didn't say anything earlier, but actually, right after we got the call today about the house, I got a call from my dad, who I don't talk to much at all, but he called me because one of his coworkers, his brother-in-law, who I guess is like his coworker's like best friend, he's really tight with his brother-in-law, but his brother-in-law is some higher up at what is about to be the new DC Comics. I don't know where he is in it, but my dad's goofy ass told this guy that he has a son who writes comics, and the guy fucking asked for my information. So I have to give this dude a bunch of shit so I can hear back from DC Comics just to humor my dad, who knows nothing about comic books. Being a grown man and still having my dad like trying to get me work is a weird thing to be in, and I never thought it would interfere with fucking comic books, but lo and behold. It's like, that'd be so fucking hilarious if they just sold to Discovery and I just randomly get an in all of a sudden.
So I'm going to be quite honest. I haven't kept up with any of that.
Oh, I haven't
by choice. Either. No, by choice. So
yeah.
So what is the like in a nutshell? Like, what's the deal? What's going on with that?
So the whole WB umbrella is basically going to be sold off to Discover Network, from what I've gathered. Somebody like explained it really well in chat the other night, but it's like the games, the movies, I think HBO Max, DC Comics, all of it goes to them.
Yeah, the games and stuff are they're licensed.
The only game I can think of that's an original game from them that's coming out soon is Back 4 Blood. That's like the spiritual successor to the Left 4 Dead games.
Mm-hmm.
It comes out in October, and that's like a new original property, but that's the only one. And the only thing that means is that one will come out in October, and then Discovery, the new owners, will decide whether they want to keep funding that studio or not.
They won't.
So a lot of stuff's gonna get canned. Yeah, there's rumors that there's a lot of DC people that are about to get canned, which is why earlier when you brought up Jim, I was like, is he still running it? Because like, I genuinely don't know. They could fucking gut it all the way to the top. Like,
no, he's leaving, but he's still there.
Essentially, AT&T.
He got like a new title, didn't he?
I
don't know.
I think they're cutting him loose. He's supposed to be putting together. What is it? He's supposed to be putting together this like this who's who
super group
thing, and it's material. It's materials for them to use for their for film, and basically it's kind of like a source book, from my understanding. He's only working on characters. Basically, he's working on character designs for them to gut for television and film.
Yeah, so he's just making like production Bible work. That's a bummer.
Yeah. So, and then cover. But I'm gonna be quite honest. I won't be surprised if he doesn't end up doing like an X-Men relaunch or going back or doing a crowdfund, which I mean,
I honestly don't know if Marvel would bring him back at this point because they're so stupid now. Like it just took them like 3 years of people begging for Brett Booth to be on an X-Men book for them to put Brett Booth on an X-Men issue.
Yeah,
and
sold like gangbusters.
Basically like a glorified annual, and yeah, it sold like fucking hotcakes. Granted, I have my own like personal beef with Brett because he just fucking like had a bitch fit on me on social media while I was actively emailing him back and forth for over a month about hiring him on a cover, and had just negotiated the cover with him. Had to literally, that was the first experience I ever had where I had to email someone and been like, well, I'm the fucking dude you were just arguing with and blocked on Twitter. Like, I won't be getting that cover from you now. That was really fucking cool. While I was like legitimately giving him advice on crowdfunding, because it was like a year back when he was like really down on himself and didn't think he could do it. Might have even been longer now because I don't even think COVID had been a thing yet.
No, I know what you're talking about.
But yeah, I was like giving him legitimate advice and was like, dude, you would absolutely fucking kill it. I know tons of people that would back your book. It's merely a matter of promoting it and then the fulfillment. I was like,
yeah, but
get so big, you probably have to hire someone.
Yeah, never confuse talent with know-how. Never confuse the two.
Oh yeah, no, I've learned that there's like 99% of the people in the industry that can bang out an amazing page either can't do much else outside of it, or like it was weird finding out a lot of the guys I absolutely love can barely hit a deadline. That's when like a lot of comic stuff started to make more sense to me, was that like, oh yeah, like of course Marvel started hiring a bunch of like out of the States, like basically like third world artists and stuff.
Well, you'd be surprised of how many people don't even know how to properly scan their work.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, how, you know, when you've always had someone holding your hand, it's you know,
that's why like it's sad. Like I had, granted, I knew it was already gone when I got into comics. I still don't think I ever really broke in. Like, thank you to Pete and Alterna for giving me that opportunity, but it still feels weird like calling myself a pro or anything like that. But I don't feel like I ever broke in. Everything I did, I sort of had to learn on my own or learning from other pros who were kind enough to like teach me about the craft and shit like that. But that's why like the bullpen always seemed so interesting. And like I would love to one day get back to being able to have that like studio space. Like if people want to move out my way, I will eventually have that going. Whether it's just me in that studio or what, I don't really care, but that is what I'm inevitably working towards. That's why I'm open to writing for anyone and everyone. I straight up have been trying to hit up EVS. I'm like, yo, dude, get some guest writers on them books. I write gnarly superheroes. I'm trying to write for anyone. I don't give a fuck about your politics. I want to make cool comic books. I want to make money. I want to expand this shit and keep making more comic books.
Right.
I can't talk about it on stream, but I'm working on a screenplay right now that has a production company interested. The money that screenplays pay is fucking insane, and it's like money right up front for the most part, even if you're just optioning shit. I could just option the same screenplays over and over again and make sustainable money. Like I read an interview with Stephen King years ago where he said just optioning his books for movies, he could sustain himself off of option money if he never wrote another book again. And that was like in the 90s when he did that interview. So it's like 30 books ago. Like,
yeah, he's right. And he also has all of his his pseudonym. He's got all the pseudonym books too.
Yep, the Bachman books and all that.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
you can license every short story individually if the book isn't licensed as a whole and stuff like that. Like,
Yeah. Well, the funniest part about that is the stuff I like most of his in film are the Mist. I like the Mist. Even Thomas Jane. I like the Mist. I like the film, and then also
I
the
love The
Secret
Mist.
Window. I like Secret Window a lot too. And
Secret
I have
Window I
never-
saw in theaters and really dug that. I think I only watched it the one time, but I really like that one too. That's one I forget is a Stephen King movie because it's so like playing it straight.
Right.
Same thing with The Mist, like, and that's Darabont. Like, I love Frank Darabont. Did that fucking awesome remake of The Blob back in the 80s. He did pretty much the whole first season of The Walking Dead, where it was like actually an amazing show. Yeah, The Mist is fucking The Mist too. With I think the DVD and the Blu-ray version both have the black and white cut on it. The black and white cut is almost better than the color cut.
Or I'll have to check.
A lot of people actually think it's better because it blends the CGI like seamlessly. Like it's fucking it makes it feel like a campy old 50s movie, but with just like amazing acting. It's insane. That's actually like now I'm like that might be one of the first things I watch in the new place because that is fucking a great. And they changed the ending in that from the novella. Like the novella just ends. It's the end of the dude's journal, and it's one of the last lines is like, "I'm leaving it here on this desk. Maybe someone will find it someday." And that's just like what it is. You find out the whole time you've been reading this guy's journal, and he leaves it on like this hotel lobby counter for someone else to find. But the movie version, without spoiling it, is some of the most heavy hitting shit in film. By the end, God, that movie rocks. And that was early Sam Witwer.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he was the soldier.
Yeah, he went on to do a bunch of Star Wars voice acting, and he works in gaming and stuff.
Speaking of which, I downloaded Days Gone because it's free on PlayStation Plus right now.
Yeah, that's the game he's in, and he's actually what we were talking about earlier. He's one of the few dudes in Hollywood who's a guy who legitimately puts his money where his mouth is. He was like an investing partner in Days Gone. Like he's a huge reason that game even got made. I met him actually years ago. One of the first times I ever went to Disney with Beth. Him and Warwick Davis were doing like a signing there during Star Wars weekend, and I got like belligerently drunk and just like casually hung out with Sam Witwer. Didn't get anything signed because I was drunk and I didn't, I guess, care to.
Kept just calling him Sam Shepard.
Yeah, just casually hung out with him and talked with him like we had known each other for years, and he was really cool about it. Really nice dude. And that was like right around the time they announced Days Gone. That game's fucking wacky too. If you like gaming, man, once you get into the thick of it, it's long as fuck, but once you start actually getting weapons and like building your character up, it's insane. Just going through and clearing hordes is a lot of fun. Brett Booth is the guy you hire when you want Jim Lee but can't afford Jim Lee's prices. Yeah.
That Legends book is funny to me because like it shows people, how much they still have interest in the X-Men and how much they want, that old flavor of the X-Men back with people like Walt Simonson and Brett Booth and Jim Lee. And then Marvel keeps putting out this weird shit like the Gala and all this other stuff.
Yeah. That's them flirting with the devil, though. I'm like, I'd love to know who the editor is on those projects where they keep like, let's see what a throwback book will do really quick. Because it's like someone in there is like privy to the fact that shit isn't working out and like wants to listen to the crowd. Mm-hmm. Which was like C.B. Cebulski. I don't really hate on the dude too much other than the easy low-hanging fruit jokes we can make about him, like him doing Yellowface and all of that. I'll hate on that all day, but as a businessman and as an editor and everything, he was very honest with me, and he said he liked my ideas and gave me his information, and he corresponded with me back and forth quite a few times. Like, he actually gave me the time of day, so I can't really hate on the dude in that regard. But the people that have the final say right now, like the editors putting all the books together, are going for a different brand altogether than what I offer.
Well, I thought when Disney bought Marvel that we were going to see a big change because Disney's so corporate minded.
No, this was Disney's implementation. That's what
I'm saying. Like, I thought originally, okay, they're going to right the ship just because they're going to be thinking business wise. We got to make money, and we got to also prepare properties for further development in film and TV and stuff. So I was like, okay, cool. We're gonna have like a business approach to this finally, like it should be. Let the artist.
This was righting the ship, and what I've tried to explain to people is, I imagine for Disney, this is just another big glorified like write-off, like a loss leader.
Yeah, exactly.
So essentially, the more Marvel is fucking up financially in the print department, the more Disney is just kind of doing all right with it. It justifies money elsewhere. Whereas they're not thinking about the long term, where like right now the movies are sort of mining stories from like the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and some newer stuff peppered in. Like Winter Soldier was fairly new stuff, wasn't that like?
Yeah, that was like in the 2000s.
Yeah, like didn't like Brubaker and like
Epting.
Yeah, a couple different, and fucking even Brightweiser. Didn't Mitch work on that?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah, like that's like some of the more recent stuff, but it's like a lot of the movies pull from like way older shit, especially the DC movies pull from like really old material right now. But eventually is like, so 10, 15 years down the road with superhero movies, if we keep going at this trajectory, like they're eventually going to run out of new content and get caught up to all of this shit, which is the shit they're using as inspiration for like TV right now. And
well, that's what they're already at there, really, because they're already talking about bringing in Riri Williams and Miss Marvel for the Marvel films. They had the Marvel films, so
if that's
they've already reached that level.
Start bombing like the TV stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's what's going to happen soon. Like, people already have exhaustion from all the just for the best, Marvel. Yeah, like they've already got so exhausted with this stuff, and all their favorite characters are essentially gone now because Tony Stark's gone, and supposedly they're trying to bribe him to come back.
Dude, I'm dreading Blade now. I thought about it, and I was like, who the fuck does he even have to interact with? Like Moon Knight?
But also, like, it's not going to be made for another few years, so it's like, that guy that's playing him, isn't he already in his 40s?
Mahershala Ali could just,
like isn't he kind of already like an older dude? Like,
yeah, I really like
a few
him
years
as
from
an
now
actor too, but I'm like,
oh, he's a great actor. But it's like it's gonna be hard to build a franchise on him. Yeah.
Actually, the dude that's in Army of the Dead, I think it's Amani. Oh God, what the fuck is his name? There's a big black dude in fucking Army of the Dead. I think it's Amani something. I can't remember it now. He's like third bill on Netflix. But he actually, I don't think, would be like a terrible Blade. He's almost like too big to play Blade. But I was like, man, if they did like 70s Blade, throw him in the fucking green jacket with the sunglasses and give him the fucking tight afro and like wooden throwing stakes and stuff, I would go apeshit. Like if the Blade movie just ended up being a standalone thing and wasn't like a huge part of the Marvel universe,
right?
I would love that.
Well, and I think Shang-Chi will probably be a success just because
that's going to be a huge foot in their mouth. I think that's going to be a huge foot in their mouth, dude. Didn't like China just ban it?
They did, but the only thing I'm thinking about is that they're lifting all the COVID restrictions now, and I feel like this movie is just coming out at the right time where people are just like, I just want to go to the theater. I have to go see something.
That is like, you look at a lot of the numbers on Disney movies, like Shelby was saying earlier tonight, what was it, like 100 or like 50 to 100 million on a movie, and they consider 400 million still a bomb?
Mm-hmm.
Disney considers most of their movies a bomb until they touch down in China, man. Like China literally doubles, if not triples, numbers sometimes.
Right.
I think in fucking like Joker and a bunch of shit, Joker's international numbers I think almost quadrupled it. That was a DC movie, but like the numbers when that went international were fucking insane. But like, yeah, dude, I think Shang-Chi, and that was their whole Black Panther for Asians move. That was them pandering again in the worst way. Like, I'm so worried there's going to be another Black Panther movie now, and they're just going to CGI dead Chadwick Boseman into the whole thing, which is like fucked up. But
well, they were talking about making Shuri the new Black Panther, but then remember she got canceled because of comments she made about like all the COVID stuff. So I'm wondering if they're even going to do that now.
Well, the big thing is Disney's contracts have their whole post-mortem thing in it, so they can just CGI you as much as they want in any future movie.
Mm-hmm.
All they need to do is, and their deepfake technology is bad, but it's like good enough for them. Like they just used it in Mandalorian with fucking Luke Skywalker and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, they used it in a bunch of the Star Wars movies. Carrie Fisher, Tarkin. It's been used quite a bit now. Like, I would not be surprised if they just got some stunt, like his stunt double, who they used in the first movie, who I think is actually friends with the Corridor guys. Just got him to do the whole movie and then, like, VO'd it or something.
But I'm thinking that Shang-Chi's going to do fine. I think Eternals is going to be their first bomb.
You are really generous. I think Eternals might.
No, I don't think people are excited about Shang-Chi at all. I'm not excited. I don't think anybody cares about it.
I can't tell you a fucking thing about Shang-Chi.
I'm just simply saying that like it's coming at this time when like COVID's finally like lessening, and I think people just want to get out and go see whatever they can. But Eternals looks so boring, and everybody I've heard talk about it doesn't give a shit about it.
I don't even know when it comes out, honestly. I think people are more excited for all the like indie horror and stuff that's popping up right now and all the smaller budget shit that's happening, but I could be completely fucking wrong at this point. Like, I don't know anymore.
Do you remember all the heavy marketing for the Inhumans?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what happened there?
That show sucked.
Yeah, but that was supposed to be their answer to well, if we can't have the X-Men, we're going to do this.
Oh, yeah, and that wasn't Ansem Mount the fucking, he was Black Bolt? Yeah, like, I really like that dude as an actor, too, and I was like, damn, dude, this show will be cool as fuck, and that's that whole thing again where, like, you see the budget for the show, and you're like, where the fuck did the money go for this? Yeah, Shang-Chi is going to break even if it's lucky. I can't tell, like, I don't know any of his villains.
Well, they also changed, I know one thing about the movie is that they changed part of his story where the Mandarin is now his dad. And he's not going to be, again, the true Mandarin like in the comics. He's going to be similar but kind of different.
Well, no, they said they're bringing the true Mandarin in, but he's not going to be like a white guy doing yellow face now.
Yeah, but they're changing him so now he's Shang-Chi's dad, which is one of the things they changed about him.
Oh, I think he's still going to be a villain in it, though, because that would probably mean that he's the villain in that one now. But then who's the villain in the Eternals?
No idea. Like, I could not tell you anything about them.
The fucking, oh my god, I can't even think of their names now. Jesus Christ. The Celestials. Jesus Christ, wow. That went right out of my head.
Yeah,
but like even they're cool looking, but did they have any personalities? You know? What I mean?
No, they look like dog shit in the movie. You didn't see the photo that leaked?
Yeah.
I think they look like Transformers. That's just me.
I'm talking about the comics. Like in the comics,
pissed,
I don't.
the Kirby designs.
the film designs that were leaked, to me they literally look like they're straight out of Cybertron. I was like,
Yeah.
what the hell is this? Yeah.
Dude, Kirby's Trash Can Astronauts was like the perfect thing.
And they did it in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah,
They showed part of them, and they look just like the
you see a
comics.
glimpse, and they looked fucking great because James Gunn's kind of a penis, but he fucking loves the source material genuinely. So, like that quick glimpse you get, you're like, oh yeah, man, that looks fucking great. What is it, Isan or whatever? He's got a weird fuck. I mean, they all have weird fucking names, but he's got the cool like multi-eye trash can head.
No idea.
I always I will mash all of their names together because I'm an idiot. But yeah, fucking. They look so great in the comics. They looked great in that quick glimpse on Guardians, and then that photo leaked. And I thought it was like a troll at first, but there was multiple people that confirmed that they're legit. And exactly what you were saying, Shelby. I immediately was like, this looks like it. Like if you told me that was like a leak for like a Transformers like Beast Wars movie coming out or something, I'd be like, oh yeah, totally. Like it's right before they like attach to different animals or something. Yeah, it makes sense. Like, nope. It's just that like that homogenized, sanitized production. Same thing with Shang-Chi. I'm like, damn, dude, I know the guy is just like a beat 'em up brawler character basically with like his shirt off, but there is like nothing interesting to this guy, and they were like, we'll make him interesting by just throwing like blatantly Chinese stylings and details on his outfit.
Oh, his costume is terrible. I mean, he has that like one of the problems with Marvel's costume designs is that it's basically just the same team working on every movie. No matter where the character comes from, it doesn't matter. They all have the same stylist. Like Captain Marvel looks like she comes from the same, clothing designer as Captain America, even though they're from totally different worlds.
There's like an Asian fusion restaurant in Mohegan Sun that has outfits that are like eerily similar to how he looks in the movies, or at least the designs I saw. It was like, it's bad when you look like a waiter or like an usher in a movie theater.
Right.
And you're supposed to be a superhero who, again, all I know is like a beat 'em up fisticuffs Asian guy.
But you know what? Like his costume in the comics, he has those gauntlets, like in the 70s comics with the spikes on them and stuff. And like that would be dope to get Shang-Chi and that Big Trouble in Little China style. Like remember the gang with the yellow?
Yeah.
They all had these like really cool costumes where they had like kind of punk elements mixed with kung fu.
And they're not going to throw in like a surprise, like here's a Mortal Iron Fist or something like that. Like,
yeah.
There's no fucking way they're going to make the Asian-led movie secretly carried by a white guy.
But it's like instead they just give him a red shirt and black pants, and that's his superhero outfit.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, you put like a matching shirt on him with those pants, and he just looks like a waiter at this. I like next time I'm at Mohegan, I need to remember to take a picture of these guys.
You know what I thought was funny too is that he has the same fight scene as Captain Marvel in her movie, where he has a fight scene on a bus or a train, whatever it is.
He beats up an old lady.
Yeah.
I do love that, though. Like you were saying with the costumes, like everybody just has some weird like mil-spec designer doing all their shit. Like, who is this military designer who's got all the fucking...
Ryan Menderling is like their lead designer.
How they never just like explained that in the world of the movies.
Oh yeah, no. But it's just like every movie you see, it just looks like the same person. Like you can tell the same guy that worked on the movie worked on all these movies because it's the same style of costume.
Or like here's fucking one of the Jarvis protocols is really good at designing clothing. and uses all these, exotic and rare materials and textiles to make all this shit. Not that you need to be explaining all this shit, but they go out of their way to like do these little like lore dives on some of the tech every once in a while, and you're like, you'll do that, but it doesn't explain why everybody has like full on like Iraq war versions of their like Dev Grew superhero outfit. It's the how they ever thought that was like the way to go with it for the movies, and the fact that it was like a huge hit is really strange to me. Like that's how I imagine if they ever made like a wet work movie or something like that, how those dudes are supposed to look. Like a lot of the Image movies and stuff, it would make sense that it was like superheroes meets like Dev Grew tactical gear. But seeing like Captain America and shit like that is the weirdest thing. And then them not being like really that violent. That's why when Corridor did that R-rated version of the Avengers, it was like, yeah, this is how it's supposed to feel. Like,
well, I just remember being excited when Captain America finally had scales incorporated into his costume. I was like, oh, finally.
Oh, yeah.
You wait till the last time we get him to give him a similar costume.
That's what I mean, is they seem to always be shying away from like the superhero roots and more into like the military is cool. I was like, did like the Army and Marines and Navy all like team up to fund the MCU? What is happening? Like,
well, that was even like, like DC has really great costumes in their movies, and they're way more accurate. But with Superman,
and they're also not all just mil-spec shit.
No, they're all different.
Marvel legit uses like Dev Grew, like harness toggles and shit like that. Like all sorts of stuff.
It's like conceptart.com,
Yeah, like really fucking stands out. And then weird like metal meshes and things like that. Like a lot of it now too, especially the new Avengers, where it was just like hard surface modeling and shit like that. So almost looked like they were wearing those Avengers suits. Looked kind of like ripoffs of like the Gundam wing suits back in the day. They were kind of like the pilot suits that the kids wore in those.
Yeah.
And like it's just going to be more and more of that lazy shit. I mean, I just got done saying I would like to see Blade in the green leather jacket, but like at least that's accurate.
But yeah, like if you look at like Tony Stark's tech, it looks the same as the Ant-Man tech, and it looks the same. As, like every movie they all look the same. But I was gonna say like the DC ones I really like because they're so like classic, and the iconic costumes, like especially like Aquaman's costume in his solo movie is way more classic Aquaman, and it looks really cool. But like even though I like Superman's costume overall, I did have a problem just because like it's so alien, and he has all these like little grooves and piping and stuff on him, and it like to me like the idea of Superman's costume just being made by his mom is so indicative of the character, And now you're like taking away that humanity aspect, and it's like, oh, it's all about the alien. He's an alien. He's an alien. It's like I get it, but that's not really Superman. He's not the alien guy. He just happens to be an alien who lives on Earth.
My mom made this outfit for me.
Yeah, like he's a wholesome dude.
Nerd. He's a wholesome dude. Who knew? Superman.
All is Stark Industries.
I can't even think of the last like Marvel book I read.
Speaking of costumes, what do you think about the Riddler's Gimp costume?
Everybody's really mad about that.
Yeah.
Did you guys not see the trailer when it came out?
I thought it was tape at first that he had. So
no, he's been in a Gimp mask the entire time.
I think it's fine. It doesn't really bug me.
Yeah, no, the thing that bugs me is how lazy it seems to be, that it's literally just the Zodiac.
Yeah.
I said that on Twitter the other day. Like, they even have the crosshair in that picture that leaked online.
Well, some people are saying, too, he might actually be Hush. Like, it's like a red herring that he's the Riddler.
That's
And
what
then the
I was
mask would kind of
thinking.
make sense.
That's what I was thinking too. Was that it was going to be making everybody think it was Riddler, and that it was a new take on Hush. I think I said that on a stream with Kayla at some point, and she was like, "That's no Hush," because it's like her favorite villain. But like, I love the Zodiac Fincher movie, and that trailer already looks like it's ripping off Fincher movies, like left and right.
Definitely.
That's my only problem with it. That's like one of the few characters though where I'm always excited to see a new take on Batman, no matter what it is. So I'm like indifferent. I'm excited for it either way. I like Robert Pattinson as an actor. A lot of people hate on him, but they seemingly haven't gone out of their way to watch his actual good movies.
And he's the best part of Tenet.
Yeah. I mean, Tenet's actually really good. I feel like people just don't understand what the fuck is going on in it.
I still need to watch that.
Okay, then I'm definitely not going to say anything right now.
Yeah, I still need to watch it. So.
It's not Nolan's best, but
I think it's his worst film, to be honest.
Like a bunch of people are like complaining that you can't hear anything in it, and it's because the whole point is that it doesn't matter what you're hearing. It's sort of it's a movie that's all about the overall scope of what's happening. And it's definitely one of those like you blink and you miss it sort of movies. But like I think the second time I watched it was when I like fully grasped like, oh fuck, I missed a lot on the first one.
DDC Studio said Riddler was Hush in the animated Hush movie. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't think it's Riddler. I haven't thought it was Riddler even when they were announced that.
Yeah, they put the question marks everywhere, and it wouldn't be outlandish. We've been saying that for ever too on here, Jeff, that like more movies need to start doing that, or just not releasing long trailers where they fucking throw people off and don't give so much away.
Yeah.
So that would actually be kind of refreshing, but obviously we at this point all saw it coming if that's the case.
DJ2K said he thought Tenet was Christopher Nolan's best.
Yeah, that's why I avoid trailers at all costs. I try not to watch them.
That's smart.
I
watched the trailer for Antlers, and that ruined me throughout all of the pandemic. Sorry to cut you off there.
Simonon says that movie is like a bag of chips, all air.
No, I think it's one that like people are going to come around to over time. Like I think people are way up their ass with Inception. Like Inception's kind of a dog shit movie. And once I finally saw it, I was like, wow, this is like a cool action movie, but what the fuck, guys? Like, this is really the one everybody's going apeshit for? Like, I think Dark Knight, like his Batman movies blow Inception out of the water.
Yeah, I think his Batman movies.
I think Tenet's really going to grow on people with time, though. Like, not that I think it's like a super deep movie and there's like a lot that's like hard to understand or anything. I just think it's something where like it's like such a weird high concept. A lot of people will just see it like, why did this movie even need to get made? But it's legit just one of those movies that was like, it's a cool concept and it's a fun thing to like tackle as a filmmaker. And I think he did a fucking amazing job of it.
I was not a fan. I came out of it kind of disappointed. I thought it was like him tapping into all his like most criticized aspects of like having characters without emotions and trying to be extra complicated and not really servicing the story.
It's not though. It's like it's almost half the length of one of his normal movies. It's like one of his simplest stories. You're just seeing the same story play out forward and reverse.
I just didn't care about anybody though.
That's like
the lead character. I thought was a really boring guy.
Oh, you're killing me.
Robert Pattinson, I thought was really good in it. And even the action stuff, like I get, it's like he's doing all this cool stuff, but even that I didn't think was that impressive because all it is, it just feels like, oh, we're just
Robert Pattinson is only able to be such a great guy because of Denzel's son.
But Denzel's son's still boring to me. Like it doesn't really matter if he's like Pattinson is just Pattinson's a very good actor and he emotes well, and this guy is just he had no personality. I couldn't believe that he could beat up anybody. Little tiny man.
He's Denzel Washington's son. You know he can beat people up.
He's like 5'2".
You're like 5'2".
Oh, no, I'm 5'9".
It's closer to 5'2".
5'8". It's way taller than 5'2". It's Nolan trying to outsmart himself and outdo himself, but in the end, it's just Nolan's self-service system and on 7.
I don't think anybody was trying to outsmart themselves with that one. It's not a very smart movie. I just think movie viewing experience-wise, it's one of his better ones. And I think it's way more interesting than Inception, for sure. I don't think it's better than the first two Batman, but I think it's better than the third one.
DJ2K says lead actor for Tenet was terrible, but I still managed to love the movie.
You guys really thought Denzel's son was terrible?
Yeah.
You know he didn't write the script, right?
Yeah, but it's not about the script. It's about him as an actor. I didn't think he was that engaging.
Ruthless.
Well, I mean, just saying, like, Ryan Gosling is emotionless in Drive, but he pulls it off. Alain Delon and the Samurai is this emotionless, killer, but he pulls it off. This guy was just
What if I say you're a bigot, Jeff?
Then my career is definitely over.
Trust me, I know him best.
You know what, guys? I think I gotta rethink this. He is an amazing actor, best actor of our generation. Performance was incredible.
Denzel, I love your son.
I love Denzel. Denzel's the fucking man.
Oh yeah, Denzel rocks. We're gonna find out like he's dead tomorrow because we just talked about him.
I know.
We talked about him favorably this goddamn show.
What is your favorite?
Oh, we lost Shelby.
Film? Oh shit! Oh, he's going to work on some Mustangs. Car jokes. What is your favorite Nolan film overall?
Tenet.
Really?
No. I don't know. Probably Dark Knight.
The Batman films are definitely up there for me. I prefer Batman Begins just because that one feels like so much more stylized than Dark Knight.
Yay. You are crazy.
I like Dark Knight a lot. I'm not saying anything bad about it.
More stylized than Dark Knight? I felt like that one felt more bland than Dark Knight.
No, like Dark Knight is when he started doing the whole like Chicago for Gotham thing where it was just a city and it kind of lost the flavor. Like, even though he's never been like a super dramatic stylist with that kind of stuff, like, he doesn't really lean into like the fantasy angle of stuff. Batman Begins still had a Gotham that didn't exist in the real world. Like it had that crazy train and it had the Narrows, which are, like based on
I don't even remember much of Batman Begins now, honestly. You're like talking about shit and I'm like, what happened in that movie?
Shit, I'm trying to remember
Memento's pretty dope too.
that city. Memento's cool. I like Interstellar a lot, and that gets a lot of shit, but I like that movie a lot.
Of course you do, you wiener.
Good movie. McConaughey.
All right. I feel bad. I don't know if Shelby said goodbye and we just didn't hear him because we were all talking.
He might have got kicked out. I don't know. Simonon said, wait. DJ 2K says, I think Christopher Nolan wanted Denzel, but he was too old, so he just got his son. Now, if Denzel was in it, I think he could have rocked it. I think it would have been kind of dope.
Denzel
Simonon
would
says,
always rock it.
He's got no gravitas. You are never sold on him being the guy that's supposed to be the Bourne/Bond Ethan Hawke like.
You guys are haters.
He's just such a little guy.
And you didn't get the point of the movie.
The point was that no one really wants to do a James Bond movie.
Yes, it's the chicken or the egg. He's at the beginning not necessarily completely the guy ready for that job, but he's there because what's his face got him into it. Fucking what's his name, Max or like Neil or something? It's some fucking asshole white kid name. Robert Pattinson's character,
Keith.
because the whole thing's about essentially.
Blaine.
Oh, I just dropped a card.
Kyle.
Like it's sort of like a time travel movie. Fucking. I guess I have to spoil the whole thing for you guys, but Pattinson is like believed to be the fucking blonde lady's little kid.
Mm-hmm.
And so again, when you think of it as the like what came first, the chicken or the egg scenario, you have to imagine that Pattinson's character, when he became full grown, would have went back in time to get fucking Washington kid to get in line for this job, essentially. Work the job and end up working with him, essentially becoming best bros throughout time. And they're sort of always handing off each other or an iteration of each other to prepare themselves for the next thing, because it's sort of this redundancy of time travel where this outcome we witness throughout the movie is going to happen over and over again. That's like the whole mind fuck of it. So yeah, he's sort of not the guy at the beginning of it, but he becomes that guy by the end of it. Or they become that guy together.
He becomes the guy who is boring for everyone.
And that's why the movie is like half of, it's almost like a short film.
Boring. James Boring.
Fucking A. Yeah. I guess we'll call it for the night. In Christopher Nolan's defense, there's barely any young up-and-coming actors that could pull off the 007 vibe. I think that proved Pattinson would be great for it. He does pull off the whole suave vibe, and I feel like he's like the best-dressed one in the movie, which is why it felt so weird and out of place. He's like really fucking stylish, and everybody else is just sort of wearing nice clothes.
He's really got to buff up, though, if he's going to be doing anything like that. You know?
Oh, yeah. But
like, if all those rumors about him on Batman are true, which it doesn't matter as much as Batman because he's wearing, like, a big muscle suit. But if he's going to do something like a Bond, he has to look...
I also
he doesn't have to be, like, ripped or anything, but he has to look physically capable.
I also thought early on the Batman was a big dupe and he was going to be Terry and it was a Batman Beyond movie. I was wrong about that, but who knows, they could still be like Terry. I don't think they say Bruce Wayne in the trailers at all. I could be wrong about that too, but I don't remember them saying Bruce.
I don't know if they said it at all. I don't know.
Yeah, if he ended up being Terry and it's like,
Terry
maybe
Bollea.
blending both together. What is it, like Terry McGinnis or some shit like that?
Yep.
Yeah, that would be like a perfect fit if that were the case. because Terry is like a tiny, wafy teenager. The suit is like threaded nanofiber and a bunch of shit, and then he ends up bulking up over time because Batman basically negs him into stopping being a pussy.
A tiny, wafy 40-year-old teenager.
Yeah. Is Pattinson really 40?
No, I think he's like in his early 30s though.
Yeah, right. I thought he was like our age. Somewhere between our ages, I should say.
Very retro though. You know, going back to the days when a 40-year-old could be a teenager in a show.
No, he's an old bitch like you. He's 35.
Is he 35?
Yeah. You're 35, right?
36 now.
Oh yeah,
Way
you just turned
fucking old.
36. That's right.
I'm on the older side of 30 now. It fucking
So
sucks.
he's almost your age, and I'm about to be Kristen Stewart's age.
Oh damn, we
She's
gotta hook up now.
Yeah. Oh wow, she straight up is the same age as me. Her birthday is just in April. God damn it. Yeah, Army of the Dead has a discount her now too. You're gonna love it.
I'm gonna try and watch some of it tonight, and then
And
Saturday
ironically,
finish it.
she I thought ended up being one of the more fleshed out characters and one of the more interesting. She's like a punk chick who looks like a better looking version of Kristen Stewart.
Okay.
It looks like Kristen Stewart if she ate the sandwich she needed to eat.
Can I ask one thing about it before we get into it on Sunday?
Sure, I don't give a shit.
So I've noticed in the trailers he does a lot of stuff with focus, where like the characters in the foreground are in focus, but everything behind them is blurred out. Is that a trend throughout the whole movie, or is it just for
Wait,
like certain
what?
scenes? Like there's a lot of scenes in the trailer where you can see characters talking, and they're in focus, but everything around them is out of focus.
Yeah, so I think that was reshoots where they're digitally added in.
Okay.
I made a comment about that because we're pretty sure Tig Notaro was
She was CGI'd in for a lot of it.
yeah, she CGI'd into pretty much the entire thing, and no one is ever looking directly at their eye line. They're looking at someone who is Cristelia's height.
It'd be great if they gave Tig Notaro like a huge 10-gallon hat, so it makes it look like they're looking at her hat.
That's a fucking weird hat. You're gonna see so much strange shit. We'll wrap the show though, dudes. Fucking check out Can't Kill Cade and Voidwalker at alternaaccess.com. Check out City of Rot over on Indiegogo. The links are in the description. Check out the Patreon, patreon.com/deathcurse.
Check out Wirehead on Indiegogo. I'm drawing the second part of that. So you can get City of Rot and Wirehead, and you get art from me.
Yeah, a double dose of Hefe.
Which you know you want.
Stay girthy, dudes. And as always, dildos.
Was it worth the girth?